Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all the implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudice, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Vice President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Foster Cummings, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from His Excellency, the Acting President, Wade Mark. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by His Excellency Wade Mark, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Sanjiv Boodhu, whereas Senator Foster Cummings is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Wade Mark, Acting President, as foresaid in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Sanjiv Boodhu, to be the member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from 29 October 2025. And continuing during the absence of Senator Foster Cummings by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 29th day of October 2025. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath.
I, Sanjiv Boodhu, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. Statutory instruments as follows: Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment, number 2, Order 2025. The Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment, number 2, Order 2025. And the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment, Order 2025.
On notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, the Minister of Education is here, and he is ready to answer questions 8 and 9.
Senator Janelle John Bates.
The opposition, just to clarify with respect to the other questions for oral answer on the order paper, it's the norm that the Leader of Government Business would give an indication as to which questions the government is prepared to answer, and if there's any request for deferral, please. Thank you very much.
President, I was going to go through them sequentially, but I can indicate that in relation to questions 10, 12, 13, and 14, the Minister of Homeland Security is unfortunately unavailable this morning. In relation to question 25, the Minister of Defense asks that this question, the answer be deferred for 2 weeks. And in relation to all of the other questions, we are ready to answer them this morning.
With respect to the indication that the Minister of Homeland Security is not available to respond to the questions, are we to assume that a request for deferral is also made for those questions? The Leader of Government Business did not clarify that.
Could you repeat again? Sorry, I was not hearing you.
With respect to the questions for oral answer assigned to the Minister of Homeland Security, the Leader of Government Business did not specify whether deferral of 2 weeks is being sought for those questions in addition to the others that he did indicate. The options would be another minister would respond, or a deferral of 2 weeks is sought for those particular questions, or till later in the proceedings when the minister is available. So just that clarity is being sought.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam Vice President, I thank the Leader of Opposition Business for the clarification of the options. I'd be seeking a deferral of 2 weeks for questions number 10, 12, 13, and 14 in those circumstances.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Our records indicate that question number 10, assigned to the Minister of Homeland Security, was already deferred for 2 weeks at a previous sitting. The staff might be in a position to clarify as well. And therefore, the request for any further deferral is not in the ordinary business of the standing orders.
Through the standing order 2715, I'm seeing here that if it's the senator's wish that they can request through me that the ministers respond in writing.
Vice President, or later in the proceedings today, the minister should respond, given that there was already a deferral.
Leader of Government Business, would you be able to
Madam
clarify?
President, the standing order is clear with respect. If the minister wants to call upon you to ask the minister to respond in writing, he may do so. In question time, he can do it, not later in the proceedings. So he can exercise his option now.
You have to check.
Senator Law?
So, Madam President, we request the response be furnished in writing as soon as possible, given that there was already a deferral of 2 weeks at a prior sitting.
Thank you very much. We can move on now. Senator General John Bates, so you can proceed.
Question number 8 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Good morning, Madam Vice President, to the members of the Upper House, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm here to respond to question 8 on the order paper. While the Ministry of Education has affirmed that students expelled from public schools are not eligible for readmission, this decision is grounded in the Education Act, Chapter 3901, and is applied in cases of serious misconduct, such as school fights or threats to safety. The ministry has not taken this position lightly and is actively working to safeguard the right to education for these students. In implementing this aspect of school discipline, the following 4 key measures are considered. 1, due process. Thorough investigations must be conducted by the ministry's school supervision and student support services divisions before an order of expulsion is issued. And this takes into account the student's age, background, and discipline history. Secondly, support services available. Expelled students and their families are referred to the appropriate government agencies, including the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, as well as the community police for counseling and training support. Thirdly, recommendation for alternative education. Students aged 12 to 16 are recommended to serve all. Male students 16 and over can be enrolled in the military-led academic training program, MILAT. Fourthly, the ministry is presently reviewing its policy on discipline. The ministry is conducting a comprehensive review of the National School Code of Conduct and National School Discipline Matrix to create a balance between enforcing discipline and providing structured, compassionate rehabilitation pathways. The Honorable Prime Minister has consistently emphasized that in an atmosphere of fear or disorder, children cannot learn and teachers cannot teach. Thus, it is for this reason the administration has moved decisively to strengthen discipline, security, and student support across the education system. And this had led to the introduction of school-based police officers at selected schools. Disciplinary measures executed in this instance will not be applied in isolation. Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Education seeks to ensure that our schools remain safe and disciplined, while also holding students accountable for actions that threaten others, safeguarding the rights of every child to education, rehabilitation, and the chance for positive reintegration into society. I thank you.
Senator John Bates.
Yes. Supplemental question, please, to the Minister. Minister, given that you would have indicated that males 16 years and over referred to the MILAT program, can you please indicate the status of that program, please, currently?
Minister Faris.
Madam Vice President, through you, that process is presently being reviewed by the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Education. There's an MOU that has been developed to ensure that that program is fully functional.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, given that you indicated that the process is currently being reviewed by other ministries, could you give us or indicate if there's an alternative in the interim for males 16 years and over?
Through you, Madam Vice President, that process is in place right now, where the ministry has been reviewing the process, and presently I could provide the rest of it in writing.
The end or most of what the minister would have indicated, please, if it could be repeated.
Minister is just asking if you could repeat.
That as we are reviewing the process, we are ensuring that all systems are in place on our side, especially our approach to restorative justice and rehabilitation, so that presently the Ministry of Education is making every step to ensure that our students go through due process, so that within this particular term, none of our students have had to be sent to MILAT.
Question 9. Senator Robert Rajman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 9 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Vice President, I respond to question number 9 on the order paper. The Honorable Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that violence, assault, and disorder in our schools will not be tolerated. Her concern is rooted in the fundamental principle that children can only learn and teachers can only teach in an environment that is safe, secure, and orderly. This government has therefore taken decisive action to ensure that discipline and learning go hand in hand. The Ministry of Education fully acknowledges that while students who engage in violent conduct must face firm consequences, they must also not be abandoned. That is why, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, we have embedded in the National School Code of Conduct a framework that couples zero tolerance for violence with clear measures for rehabilitation, reintegration, and alternative education. To this end, 4 initiatives are being implemented. 1, collaborating with national programs. Through partnership with the Ministry of Homeland Security and Sports and Youth Affairs, students removed from the school system may be channeled into programs such as MILAT, the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program, YTEP, and SERVOL. These institutions provide structured training in literacy, life skills, and vocational development alongside discipline and rehabilitation. Secondly, alternative education pathways. Even where expulsion becomes necessary, students of compulsory school age are referred to alternative education institutions and rehabilitation programs, ensuring they continue to receive structured instruction and guidance rather than being left on the margins of society. Thirdly, cross-ministry coordination. The Ministry of Education works hand in hand with the Ministry of Homeland Security, the Children's Authority, and the Probation Services Division to ensure continuity of education and psychosocial support for young offenders. Clinical and behavioral services are available through child guidance clinics to assist in rehabilitation. Fourthly, reintegration support. Upon release or completion of their sentences, students are evaluated for re-entry into alternative education or vocation programs so that they are never permanently excluded from learning and personal development. Madam Vice President, this government is determined to break the cycle of violence and delinquency by combining accountability with opportunity. The Prime Minister's stance has been firm. Indiscipline will not be allowed to flourish unchecked as it did in the past. Each child must be given the chance to continue learning, to be rehabilitated, and to re-enter society as a productive citizen. This is a balance we strike: safe schools for the many and structured support for those who fall short. It is a balance rooted in the Prime Minister's vision of protecting our nation's children while safeguarding their future. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President, I have 3 supplementals for the Minister, please. Minister, can you indicate how many students have been expelled and or arrested for this new school term, meaning the school term that commenced on September 2025?
Through you, Madam Vice President, we'll have to supply that information in writing because I don't have it at present.
Next supplemental, you mentioned the reintegration process for students who would have served maybe their time or whatever punitive process they had to go through. Can you indicate if that reintegration process involves any opportunity for students to receive what we usually call traditional or formal education, meaning them being able to still obtain O-level or A-level certificates?
Through you, Madam Vice President, that is one of the objectives through MILAT and other institutions where they are able to continue their journey towards their CSEC qualifications.
Thank you, Minister. Can you also indicate for me then the status of the YTEP, Serval, and MILAT programs, as well as whether there's any students or students registered in these programs right now? MILAT in particular, please. Thank you.
Right. Through you, Madam Vice President, YTEP is under the Ministry of Tertiary Education, but we can obtain that information and supply it to you. Right?
And MILAT and Serval, please.
Sure.
No, it was because it came from a different question. That's why I asked the supplemental again.
Yes, the information will be supplied in writing.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajman.
The next one was question number 10. No, I have one. Question number 11, sorry. Question number 11 to the Minister of Justice, please.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Question 11 is as follows. Can the Minister advise of the status of the Police Complaints Authority's investigations into the police-involved shootings which occurred in Tobago in the months of April and May 2025? Madam Vice President, this question concerns investigations under the purview of the Police Complaints Authority, the PCA, an independent oversight body indirectly under the purview of the Ministry of Justice. I am advised by the PCA that the information provided in response to this question posed is in furtherance of Section 23B of the Police Complaints Act, which outlines that, quote, in the performance of its functions, the authority may, as it thinks appropriate, A, work in cooperation or in consultation with, or B, disseminate intelligence and information to any person or body, whether public or private. Madam Vice President, let me at the onset point out that the question does not specify the exact occurrences being referenced aside from the months of April and May, and the location being Tobago. Nevertheless, I have endeavored to obtain information in response to the question posed. The PCA has advised that during the period April and May 2025, the PCA initiated investigations into 2 police-involved fatal shooting incidents as follows. 1, Ronald Marcel, 34, of number 29 Bethlehem Main Road, Bethel, Tobago, which occurred on April 25th, 2025, and 2, Frank Allen Sandy, 74, of Windsor Road, Mount St. George, Tobago, which occurred on May 30th, 2025. As regards Mr. Ronald Marcel, with regard to the shooting of Ronald Marcel, which occurred in April, the PCA has advised that the TTPS investigative file, witness statements, video footage, post-mortem certificate, reports, photographs, and documentation have been obtained. However, certain information remains outstanding, including further statements and reports. Mr. Frank Allen Sandy, with regard to the shooting of Frank Allen Sandy, which occurred in May, the PCA has advised that extracts and relevant records from the Scarborough Police Station and Scarborough CID have been obtained. Interviews were conducted and a witness statement has been obtained. However, certain information remains outstanding. Further statement, reports, photographs, completed forms relating to firearms testing, and the TTPS investigative file, which has been requested by the PCA for audit. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Go to question 19, Senator Alicia Lilith Etienne.
Question 19 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Okay, so the Minister of Works and Transport and Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, my correction. Thank you.
It's not present right now, so the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation will answer your question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to answer question 19 on behalf of my colleague, the Minister of Works and Infrastructure. Question goes as follows. The Ministry of Works and Infrastructure wishes to advise that pavement repairs on the following roads in Port of Spain falls under the routine maintenance operations conducted by the Highways Division of the Ministry. Ryson Road, Western Main Road, Eastern Main Road, Lady Young Road, St. Anne's Road, and Saddle Road. In this regard, the existing system for addressing pavement defects commences with inspections conducted by the Highways Division officials to identify issues. Identified defects are reviewed to plan repairs and prepare the program of works to be undertaken. Before work begins, the availability of necessary materials is confirmed. Once confirmed, the plan repair is then entered into the Highway Division Routine Maintenance Management System, RMMS, with the actual construction being carried out by an in-house crew and a supervised construction foreman. After completion, the work is measured and inspected by supervisors to verify the quantity, material used, and ensure quality standards are met. It should be noted that repair timeframes are prioritized based on the risk level of the defect.
Senator?
My supplemental question, you explained the process, but could you tell me a time frame that will, from beginning till end, where persons with disabilities, whereby they could enjoy a safe walkway?
Madam Vice President, based on the sidewalk defect cycle developed for each district, inspection and repair schedules are established according to the defect and the risk to pedestrian safety. The projected timeframes are as follows. High risk, tripping hazards, broken slabs, manhole cover issues, repair within 2 to 4 weeks. Moderate risk, minor cracks, repair within 2 to 4 weeks. Low risk, surface wear, monitor and repair within 1 to 2 weeks. Challenges that affect scheduling include limited manpower and resources for rapid repairs, delays in procurement of material, coordination with utility companies when defects involve service lines, restricted work hours in high traffic areas, pedestrian areas.
Thank you.
Question 20, Senator Lilith Etienne.
Thank you, Vice President. Question 20 to Minister of Labour.
I wish to thank you, Madam Vice President, for the opportunity to respond to the question posed by the Honourable Senator. With respect to the first part of the question, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, in its official policy framework, has committed to building a prosperous country driven by inclusivity and innovation through economic diversification beyond oil and gas. Some of the initiatives that have been identified in the official policy framework that will expand the employment and entrepreneurship opportunities available to the people of Trinidad and Tobago include to develop a world-class yacht service, maintenance, and boat building hub in Chagarabas, to increase support to the creative sector, new media, and social media, to focus on youth employment through the provision of paid work experiences in the green economy, digital economy, agriculture, and creative industries. The promotion of leisure, medical, cultural, and sporting tourism, and addressing the provision of contract work in the public service, statutory bodies, and state enterprises, including the filling of vacancies on the establishment. Indeed, all persons with disabilities will be included in these initiatives. In response to the second part of the question, it is noted that the opportunities being created will be available to everyone based on their abilities, skills, and qualifications. At this time, no percentage of these initiatives has been allocated for persons with disabilities, as this kind of affirmative action can potentially have a limited effect in that it can be construed as placing a ceiling on the number of persons with disabilities that can be employed. In other words, every position is open to persons with disabilities. With respect to the third part of the question, this issue does not arise. Jobs will be created in keeping with the government's diversification thrust, and opportunities will be open to all persons with disabilities, skills, and qualifications. However, Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development is cognizant of the fact that persons with disabilities face significantly greater challenges in the labour market. Some of the initiatives undertaken by the Ministry to address these challenges include doing physically accessibility assessments, including of the offices of the Ministry. We have conducted an employer readiness survey, the result of which was indicated about 14% of employers were in the full state of readiness to employ persons with disabilities. In light of these findings of the survey, the ministry will be placing specific focus on the sensitizing of employers on disability inclusion in the workplace and making reasonable accommodation and ensuring accessibility. Yes, in addition to which, Cipriani Labour College is engaged to have disability inclusion incorporated in its curricula, and it's something that we intend to promote throughout of course, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, throughout curricula across all teaching institutions. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Etienne?
No. Thank you.
Question 21, Senator Etienne.
Question 21 to the Minister of the People and Social Development and Family Services.
Madam Vice President, through you, I have been asked to indicate to Senator Etienne that unfortunately and regrettably, the answer is not yet ready.
Answer is not yet ready.
Okay.
No, it's been deferred already.
Okay.
Senator Etienne, would you like this answer in writing for your question 21? Okay. Thank you.
Could be in writing. Thanks.
Thank you kindly, Madam Vice President.
Question 22, Senator Dr. Desiree Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 22 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation wishes to advise that consideration is actively being given to revising Form 12 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Regulations to address the assessment of peripheral vision, in addition to distant vision, as part of the medical evaluation required for the issuance or renewal of driving permits. Following representations from the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, TTBWA, and recognizing the importance of detecting conditions such as glaucoma that primarily affect peripheral vision, a high-level stakeholder consultation with the Chief Medical Officer on the 24th of July 2024 to assess the adequacy of Form 12. The consultation examined whether Form 12, which presently directs special attention to distant vision, should be revised to expressly include peripheral vision, or whether this can be achieved by issuing guidance and standardization testing protocols to medical professionals. 3 options are currently under review: amending Form 12 legislatively to mandate peripheral vision testing, issuing a policy-based guidance document to accompany Form 12 on standardized screening practices among medical practitioners, including procedures for testing both distant and peripheral vision, implementing a tiered screening protocol whereby applicants with identified risks or abnormalities in baseline screening, example via Snellen chart, are referred for more comprehensive vision field testing. In parallel with these policy considerations, the Ministry is undertaking an operational review that includes evaluating the adequacy of Form 12 as a baseline screening tool, assessing the feasibility of a tiered screening model to balance medical accuracy with affordability and access, collaborating with the University of West Indies School of Optometry to develop a training and certification program for licensed vision staff to conduct vision screening, conducting a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed reforms and their potential impact on citizens and the public healthcare system. Further engagement is planned with the Transport Commissioner the TTBWA, and technical stakeholders. The Ministry is also exploring whether the proposed updates may be implemented via policy and administrative guidance, or whether legislative amendment to the schedule of the regulations would be required.
Senator Murray.
Yeah, thank you for that comprehensive answer. Could you give some timelines, please?
Madam Vice President, I don't have a timeline, but we are actively working on it, Member.
Question 23, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 23 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation wishes to advise that where a registered medical practitioner advises a driver that he or she is unfit to drive, whether on account of impaired vision, mental incapacity, or a loss of limb, the licensing authority is already empowered under law to revoke the permit in keeping with due process. The Minister is mindful, however, that the current penalty imposed on persons who fail to comply with the requirement to return their permits on medical grounds remains limited to a fine of $100, together with a further fine of $5 for each day the offense continues. In this regard, the Minister wishes to reconfirm government's commitment to advancing road safety. These initiatives will extend beyond vision impairment and address all aspects of road safety. Currently, primary measures being contemplated to ensure compliance as stipulated under Section 48 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act are: 1. Legal amendments to mandate compulsory eye tests for the issue and renewing of driving permits for all classes of license. 2. Reviewing the existing $100 penalty along with a further fine of $5 for each day the offense continues, with a view to establishing a more stringent measure for the return of a driver's permit by persons who have been deemed unfit to drive by a medical practitioner due to vision impairment. In addition to the above, the Ministry is currently pursuing the following measures in order to address other factors that impact road safety. 1. Strengthening traffic law enforcement by intensifying measures against speeding, non-use of seatbelts, and the use of mobile devices while driving. 2. Improving road signage to ensure clear markings, pedestrian crossings, and safer intersections. 3. Enhancing driver education and training by strengthening the licensing process and promoting road safety awareness campaigns. 4. Promoting safe vehicle standards through mandatory vehicle inspections to ensure roadworthiness and the adoption of modern safety features. 5. Leveraging technology for safety via speed and red light cameras, traffic monitoring systems, and intelligent transport solutions. 6. Implementing strict fatigue management by regulating driving hours for commercial drivers and encouraging adequate rest periods to prevent accidents. And 7. Develop robust emergency response systems to strengthen accident reporting, ambulance response times, and trauma care networks.
Thank you. Given the very minuscule penalty of $100, could you explain or elucidate what you're contemplating the more stringent penalties might be?
President, we are conducting discussions on that currently, and I cannot give an answer this time, Member.
Question 24, Senator Robert Rajman.
Question 24 to the Minister.
Yeah. All right. Question number 24 to the Attorney General.
The answer to the question is not yet ready. I seek a deferral of 2 weeks.
Honorable Attorney General.
Question 26, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Question number 26 to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thank you, Senator, for your question. Currently, the list of CDAP medicines include timolol, maleate 0.5%, and pilocarpine 2%, as well as pilocarpine 4% for the treatment of glaucoma. The Ministry of Health CDAP Technical Committee continues to review the list of medicines, inclusive those that are available for glaucoma, to ensure greater management and control of chronic NCDs. As you may know, on June the 5th, 2025, the Line Minister of Health, Dr. Boodhu, formed a CDAP review committee with a mandate in the first instance to review the list of CDAP items to ensure cost effectiveness as well as clinical alignment with the clinical practice guidelines, and thereby to modernize the medications that are available on CDAP. The committee is chaired by the director of the UE School of Pharmacy and comprises the principal pharmacist, the director of the Health Policy and Research and Planning of the Ministry of Health, and the president of the medical board and a consultant psychiatrist. The CDAP review committee has developed a methodology and a clinical review of all identified disease states in accordance with the World Health Organization, as well as the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, as well as the National Disease Burden Profiles. Engagements were also made with several consultants, including those in the field of ophthalmology.
Thank you. I was unaware of which consultants were consulted, but I don't believe the Ophthalmological Society of Trinidad and Tobago was consulted on this. In addition, pilocarpine is no longer a drug of choice for the treatment of glaucoma, and timolol is not a first-line.
The question.
Sorry, so the question is one, any consideration being given to consulting the professional society that represents ophthalmologists on this issue? And two, can the minister indicate whether first-line drugs for the treatment of glaucoma are being considered to replace or add to the current drugs on CDAP for the treatment of glaucoma?
Thank you very much for your question. As I indicated before, the committee is chaired by the director of the UE School of Pharmacy, as well as the president of the medical board. And the recommendations are just the first instance of recommendations that were made by this committee. This is an ongoing process, and we will, in the future, consider reaching out to the Ophthalmologic Society and consultants with the view of modernizing the drugs, but also we have to take in consideration the cost effectiveness of procuring these drugs and the cost analysis benefit to the CDAP program. So your recommendations will definitely be considered.
Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, I beg to move motion number 1, standing in the name of the Minister of Finance, as follows. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, Chapter 7850, that the Minister may by order impose any new excise duties or increase any excise duty from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of the Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act and first published in the Gazette on the 13th day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the first Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Madam Vice President, in moving this motion, I seek the leave of the Senate in accordance with Standing Order 48.1 to debate together with this motion, Government Motion Number 2, which relates to the same subject.
Is this the wish of the Senate?
Aye.
Minister of Planning.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissess, as a senior council and member of Parliament for Superior, has taken the decision to amend the duties for alcoholic beverages and tobacco products, as announced during the 2026 budget presentation by the Honorable Member of Faizabad and Minister of Finance, Devendra Tanku. Madam Vice President, for our members on the opposite side of this Honorable House, this is the mark of a government strategically integrating compassion, care, and tough decision-making. Our objective in this budget is not to masquerade the future of this country through gimmicks and empty rhetoric, but as stated earlier, to make the critical decision necessary for the implementation of the mandate given to us by the people of Trinidad and Tobago for the well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and through good governance, fairness, and implementation. And just so that we are expressly clear, the Task Force for Fiscal for Health Report 2024, in its prologue, states, large excise taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sugary beverages are essential to reaching the targets set by the Sustainable Development Goals related to ensuring healthy lives, ending poverty, and promoting full and productive employment. Such taxes can also contribute to domestic revenue mobilization. Madam Vice President, on Budget Day, the Minister of Finance announced with immediate effect the increase of cigarette duties from $5.26 to $10.52 per 20 pack. Spirits and alcohol taxes have been doubled from $79.25 to $158.50 per percent of alcohol content, and beer duties have risen from $5.14 to $10.28. The increase, according to the Minister of Finance, when coupled with other fees, charges, and taxes announced in the budget, is estimated to contribute to an additional $1 billion in revenue. In 2017, the World Bank report, evidence from across the world, shows that rising taxes sharply on tobacco products and then adjusting for inflation and increased affordability due to growing incomes is the single most cost-effective measure to reduce tobacco consumption. Madam Vice President, the report goes on to say that a scaled up and stronger tobacco control effort is required in Trinidad and Tobago to achieve the World Health Organization's recommended target of at least 30% reduction in smoking prevalence in the year 2030. A measure which would lead to the avoidance of ill health, premature mortality, and disability among current and future smokers by the end of the 21st century. A reduction in smoking prevalence of this magnitude is also critical to reach the health and social targets for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The benefits of tobacco taxation, however, go beyond the public health. As documented in recent reports by researchers at the International Monetary Fund, in many countries, rising tobacco taxes can offer a win-win scenario, namely increased revenue coupled with positive health outcomes. When countries, circumstances, and governments' weighting of revenue, health, and other economic socioeconomic objectives vary, the desirable level of tobacco tax rates, in many cases, are far below what is feasible in terms of potential revenue. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago, this increase is an important measure that can support the initiative governments have set to accomplish. The cost of government's operation and doing government business have been affected by inflation, rising labor costs, and other factors, much like regular businesses. But in many cases, the costs to citizens have remained the same, creating a scenario where governments always have to account for an operational shortfall, and the measures we have taken in increasing tobacco taxes as assessed by the Ministry of Finance will contribute to our purpose of increasing revenue, as well as creating a more positive scenario regarding our nation's health and other objectives, Madam Vice President. In fact, Madam Vice President, this caring government and the philosophy that we have espoused is consistent with some of the principles of our nation and national development. In fact, I'm reminded, and I'm not so sure, I didn't hear it myself, but I'm told. In fact, I think, Madam Vice President, that what have been reported, and I pray that the Honourable Senator Dhanpaul, when perhaps maybe he should have known better, have done better, but perhaps it would be better for friends opposite, because there's the statement that I think was said by Senator Dhanpaul, and I will give way for him to correct it if I misinterpret anything that he would have said. Senator Dhanpaul said outside of this house that and again, maybe my ears and the reports are incorrect, but that on the one hand, we are spending $6 billion plus on education and over $9 billion on national security. So what we are essentially doing is educating people and then spending money to protect us from the people we educate. Did I quote you correctly? Okay. But more or less, same principle. If this is what I heard, I can only pray that I do not need to explain to the Honourable Senator and to those opposite the sheer insanity of this statement, opposite or otherwise. But perhaps it would be better to remind my friends and colleagues opposite of the following statement by the founder of that party and the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Eric Williams, in his speech entitled "The Caribbean Man" at the PNM's 21st Annual Convention on September 28, 1979, famously said, and I quote, "So my friends and colleagues, after our successes and achievements in the first 25 years, I give you your homework for the next 25 years. Build a nation of Trinidad and Tobago, bringing in all the races, acknowledging all their contributions, elevating lowly castes, dignifying despised colors, achieving a syncretism here and a new autonomy there, raising up the poor and the lowly and giving them a positive stake in our society, whether house, land, education, company shares, all under the beneficent government, open to all except scams." I am here to tell those opposite that where you have failed, we will take that battle. This measure, Madam Vice President, these duties, is meant to give our nation not just increased revenue, but a healthier lifestyle. When those opposite fail to represent the people that have asked, put all of us here, when we fail to uplift, to elevate, and to create a pathway to dignity for all, and we make broad generalizations. You see, Madam Vice President, the very people we educate, which is perhaps, not a very good statement to make by those opposite, the very people we educate and ushered into our space are the people we wish to serve, protect, and lift up. One of the things that this government, therefore, have willingly taken on in its mantra, in its policy and philosophy, is that where they have failed to serve the most vulnerable in our society, where their founder, in fact, their former leader, brazenly stated that I am not trying to interfere with the bridge between the rich and the poor, because there is nothing wrong with the rich getting richer, but the poor must come out of poverty. That is the equation. It is not a seesaw where one has to go down and the other has to go up. You have to find a way that you encourage the rich to get richer, because in getting richer, they create opportunities for the poor. And I pause, Madam Vice President, for that to sink in. We on this side are not in the business of focusing our time, energy, and resources on making the rich even richer. We are here to do the job that for 10 years they failed to do. We are here to lift the poor and vulnerable out of poverty, disease, and injustice, and strengthen confidence in our system to create avenues for sustainable growth, for a healthy nation, and the development of industry and commerce. This is how we create opportunities for the poor, not by lining the pockets of wealthy friends and financiers. This is how we set a nation on the pathway to positive and healthy development and to create prosperous lives for all our people. This is a hope we give to this nation under this Prime Minister, under this government, under this Minister of Finance, under this Attorney General, and under all our colleagues who form this government. This is how, Madam Vice President, we give hope to a nation that for 10 years was bullied and betrayed by those opposite. And notwithstanding, Madam Vice President, all the press releases they put out, especially on this budget, because one of the things that in the last debate, I didn't want to go down this road, but I have to. Because the only thing that is fake, Madam Vice President, is the fake sympathy that they now exhibit for those who did betray.
President, on a point of order, Standing Order 46-1, the Minister has made no reference to the orders, the motions before us.
Senator, let's just give the Minister opportunity to get into his a little bit more.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. But let me just say, Madam Vice President, as emphasized in my pilot presentations of the appropriation motion on Monday in this very House, we are demonstrating the fiscal responsibility and social equity that can be successfully coincide. How we are making it happen, Madam Vice President? Through deliberate, thoughtful, and calculated application of measures such as these on duties on alcohol and tobacco, because we care, and because we know that as we look forward to building this healthy nation, we also have to take decisive actions. According to the World Health Organization, tobacco is deadly in any form. Smoked tobacco products, including vapor pipes, contains over 7,000 chemicals, with a significant amount of these additives known to be toxic or to cause cancer. Use of smokeless tobacco products can also result in serious, sometimes fatal health problems. There is global research that indicates lifelong tobacco smokers lose at least 10 years, Madam Vice President, of life on an average. Therefore, exposure to tobacco smoking affects almost all organs of the human body and has a deleterious impact on health across human life. Madam Vice President, I could go on and on about the deleterious effect on tobacco and on secondhand smoke. But suffice it to say that Trinidad and Tobago is party to the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which was one of the first steps in the global fight against the tobacco epidemic. Under this global agreement, parties recognize that price and tax measures are an effective and important means of reducing tobacco consumption by various segments of the population, in particular our young people. Madam Vice President, we know that not all taxes share equal effectiveness. What we have found through careful research is that excise taxes are more effective because they can be levied just on tobacco products or on a very small number of goods such as alcohol and gasoline, and therefore increase the price of tobacco products in comparison to other consumer products. This is different from value-added tax or VAT, which are applied on a single rate on a broad range of products, and as we all know, Madam Vice President, was not touched by this government in the budget. So these fiscal measures are not the only method we are applying. Since coming into office in May and under the leadership of the Honourable Minister of Health, through its Tobacco Control Unit, they have been working to enforce the Tobacco Control Act. The Ministry of Health has stepped up its regulation of the tobacco industry with a focus on illicit products, public information, and increased support for smoking cessation among users, as well as prevention strategies. This government's position on the excise duty for tobacco is strongly supported by the World Bank study called Reducing Tobacco Use in Trinidad and Tobago, modeling the long-term health and economic impact. The results from this comprehensive study showed that the higher tax scenario yield the most significant results with regard to alleviating illnesses caused by or correlated to smoking activities. Madam Vice President and honourable members of this House, allow me, therefore, to reiterate. Our excise duty measure on tobacco have the potential to save the state's health sector close to $260 million. This, if done right, can provide us with much-needed resources to deal with other diseases affecting our populace, such as various types of cancer, diabetes, mental health issues, glaucoma, and much more. Madam Vice President, as the evidence demonstrates, dealing with one measure can contribute to the overall well-being of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the goal of this government, to work comprehensively, strategically, with courage and kindness, making the bold decisions, showing leadership, and working tirelessly for the benefit of everyone. Madam Vice President, according to the World Economic Forum, global healthcare costs utilizes 10% of the global GDP. Estimates put this figure in the region of $7 to $8 trillion annually. The World Economic Forum's figure for for global health care expenditure in 2021 alone amounted to an overwhelming $9.8 trillion. For Trinidad and Tobago, statistics from the World Health Organization indicate that on average, approximately 52.8% of health costs are paid for by the public sector, with a little over 40% is paid out of pocket by citizens. According to the World Bank Group, healthcare expenditure in Trinidad and Tobago amounted to 6.43% of our gross domestic product, or amount approximately equal to over 7 billion TT dollars. It can be seen, Madam Vice President, that high healthcare costs negatively affect national development by straining government's finances, reducing productivity, and deepening economic inequality. A point that this government has from time and time again tried to point to. By diverting national resources and placing a heavy financial burden on households and businesses, high cost can lead to increased stagnation and hinder human capital development. What this government expects, as stated by the Finance Minister, is that the recent amendments to excise duties on tobacco and alcohol will yield an additional $1 billion, and the proposed increases are necessary to align these charges with contemporary economic conditions that will ensure the continued viability of public services, more importantly, the service of the healthcare sector. This government has given careful thought to this decision, which was not done on a whim, Madam Vice President. We approach this from the perspective that investing in health is not just about improved health outcomes, it is a catalyst for broader economic and employment benefits for all of Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, this decision to increase excise duties on rum, spirits, beers, and tobacco is in no way a punitive measure, but a planned and well-thought-out initiative aimed at a multi-pronged result for the physical, socioeconomic, and future well-being of Trinidad and Tobago. When this is implemented, Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Finance received feedback from the local manufacturing sector indicating that they have now been subjected to unfair disadvantage. In this regard, Madam Vice President, it is important to note that with the existing rates on foreign and CARICOM beer, malt, beverages, cigarettes, and tobacco, the Ministry's still calculated buffers on these products as follows. The excise rate on rum, $18.50 per litre alcohol volume, which actually works out to $72.91 per bottle of rum, a point that my colleague, Senator Roberts, has noted well.
Correct. Very important. Local ones. By AA. What wrong with that? Yes. It's all you just pretend, you know. Yeah?
And for the
man fall down in a panyard and all that, pick him up.
And for the closeted drinkers on that side.
By Dhanpaul.
And other closet.
So you contribute sober and talk all that shoppiness?
The rate of duty for foreign rum outside CARICOM is $92.28. So we still have a buffer of $19.37. Excuse me, Madam Vice President.
Drink some water, yes? You ain't gonna learn, you know.
Regarding beers,
you're not able.
We have a buffer of 26 cents for foreign beer outside of CARICOM. Regarding cigarettes, the rate of duty for foreign cigarettes outside of CARICOM is very high and 78.84%. For malt beverages, the rate of duty for foreign and malt beverages outside of CARICOM is 20%. So there is sufficient protection here as well. However, CARICOM rates on malt beverages, beer, rum, cigarettes, and tobacco needed to be adjusted. In light of this, the government made the decision to increase all related alcohol and tobacco products by 100%. As a consequence, the following orders were made in October 17, 2025. and published October 21, 2021. The new excise orders effectively increase the rates of all products that can be in competition with beer, rum, and cigarettes locally. Therefore, it includes items such as whiskey, gin, vodka, cigarettes. The idea behind this is simple. If whiskey, gin, vodka, and other spirits are very close in price to rum, then consumers would gravitate towards these other products. A similar reason exists behind cigarettes. The Customs Import Duty CARICOM Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order amends the rate of imports duty payable on all CARICOM products exactly on the same terms as our excise rates, which applies only to local manufacturers. This is therefore in keeping with the CARICOM external tariff as agreed under CARICOM and promotes the free movement of goods between member states. In other words, both locally manufactured products and CARICOM manufactured products are taxed exactly the same, and this has always been the case. These orders will now protect both local manufacturers and CARICOM manufacturers. And so finally, Madam Vice President, in the case of the miscellaneous taxes, this is an additional tax on foreign tobacco products that is set at an existing rate for local manufacturers. As a result, foreign tobacco products are heavily taxed. And Madam Vice President, I would also like to note that tobacco tax rate was also increased by 100%. Every decision we take reflects a government that is not afraid to lead with integrity, to confront the difficult issues, and to implement the measures required to secure a healthier, more equitable and prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. But, Madam Vice President, this is not a task for government alone. The success of these policies depends on the collective will of our people, from the business community to civil society, from our youth to our elders. We all have a role to play in building a nation that values life, health, productivity and progress. Let us therefore move forward together as government and citizens, embracing the responsibility to make choices that uplift our families, strengthen our economy, preserve our future. In doing so, we will continue to fulfill the promise of good governance and shared prosperity, advancing a Trinidad and Tobago that stands as a model of balance, resilience, and care for generations to come. In summary, our measures to amend duties are geared towards mitigating the overconsumption of tobacco and alcohol, to provide funding support to mitigate the growth of non-communicable diseases associated with these commodities. And Madam Vice President, before I close, I also want to put the country notice that we are also looking at vapes as well, because the public, especially the younger generations, are moving away from tobacco to vapes. Vapes are also very harmful, and studies are still being done to determine the extent of damage this causes compared to cigarettes. Needless to say, the government is also looking and will contemplate the required action against vape in the near future. Madam Vice President, I thank you for your attention, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Honourable Senators, you are reminded that the leave has been granted for the Government Motion Number 2 to be debated together with this motion.
All senators would have received an email fairly late yesterday evening indicating the matters for debate today, which includes 3, 4, and 5 as well. So seeking clarity from you, Madam Vice President.
I'm sorry, I have only 1 and 2 in front of me.
Madam Vice President, for the purposes of clarity, what is on the order paper, not the supplemental, but the original order paper, are 2 motions. Very late yesterday, we received a supplemental order paper with 3 other motions, which, albeit published few days later, one of those motions is an amendment to one of the motions that we are dealing with here. I did reach out, two of them. I did reach out to my friends as soon as I saw it this morning, the two coordinators on the other bench. I have not heard anything from them with a suggestion that we take all 5 together. That was about 9:58, just before we started. If they wish, we can take all 5 together. I don't know. Seeing that Senator Brown has asked for clarification, let's save some time. But I don't know. They haven't told me anything. There's radio silence.
May clarify. So the leader of government business is correct to an extent. There was an exchange involving the 3 benches, as we normally would try to do, and a query with respect to debating the 2 motions that were on the original order paper together. But subsequent to that, our attention would have been drawn to an email circulated by the Parliament addressed to all senators. Dear Senator, reference is made to the previous email in relation to today's sitting of the House, the supplemental order paper, etc., etc. And then the operative paragraph, Madam Vice President, which we all must be guided by. The leader of government business has advised that the government also intends to debate government motions numbers 3, 4, and 5 listed on the supplemental order paper. I wouldn't read them out because they are before us. So I don't think it is fair for the leader of government business to say that he was awaiting something from other senators when the prior communication was clear and we did respond, you would acknowledge, but we subsequently received an email.
This is what we will do.
So we
will suspend for 15 minutes. You'll decide. We'll be back at 11:40. Okay. The Senate is now suspended until 11:40. Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, based on the agreement between the benches, I propose that motions 2, 3, 4, and 5 be debated together instead of just motion 2, and I wish to continue my contribution. Madam Vice President, just to confirm the motions that we are debating now include Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025, Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverage Amendment Order 2025, Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Number 2, Order 2025, Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2, Order 2025, and the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025. Madam Vice President, according to data provided by Dr. Maria Clapperton, Director of the Non-Communicable Diseases, NDC's unit at the Ministry of Health, and incidentally my goddaughter, there has been a noticeable rise in alcoholic consumption. As of January 2025 Joint Select Committee, it was discovered that findings from the Pan American Health Organization's PAHO STEP 2024 survey, which sampled 4,054 adults ages 18 to 69, revealed concerning trends in both lifestyle habits and health outcomes that may have significant implications for public health in Trinidad and Tobago. The survey highlighted a 10.9% increase in the number of people consuming alcohol when surveyed, rising from 40.6% in 2011 to 51.5% in 2024. This figure breaks down further to 59.6% of males and 43.4% of females reporting alcohol use in the past month of the survey. When alcohol consumption remains higher among males, a significant increase of 12.5% in alcohol use among females in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Vice President, is also alarming. The survey also examined tobacco use, revealing that 21.3% of the population currently smoke tobacco, with a higher prevalence among males than females, compared to the 2011 survey that marks a slight increase in smoking rates. Additionally, the survey looked at dietary habits, finding that an overwhelming 93.3% of the population consume fewer than the recommended 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day, highlighting poor nutritional practices. So in terms of physical activity, Madam Vice President, the survey reveals that the median time spent on physical activity per day was 102 minutes, an increase compared to 2011, but still below the recommended 150 minutes of moderate activities per week. In other words, Madam Vice President, the survey underscores the growing burden of non-communicable diseases in our country, which are linked to various risk factors. So, Madam Vice President, while today's debate focuses on tobacco and alcohol, mentioning the issues above demonstrate the integrated nature of matters related to public health in Trinidad and Tobago, and as a matter of fact, and that our nation and in fact across the entire globe need to pay specific attention to. So, Madam Vice President, as a consequence, the following orders were made in October 17, 2025, and published on October 21, 2025. The first 3 now form part, all 5 now form part of this debate. And again, just to reiterate, Legal Notice 308, 2025, Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment number 2. Legal Notice number 384, 2025, Excise Duty Alcohol Beverages Amendment number 2. Legal Notice number 385 and 2025, Customs Import Duty, Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order. Legal Notice number 383, 2025, Miscellaneous Taxes, Tobacco Order, and Legal Notice number 386 of 2025, Customs Common External Tariff Amendment Order. These new excise orders effectively increase the rates on all products that can be in competition with beer, rum, and cigarettes locally. Therefore, it includes items such as whiskey, gin, vodka, and cigarettes. So, Madam Vice President, the idea is simple, that we wish to make sure and comprehensively address issues related to the excise duties for alcohol and tobacco. And so the Common Import Duty and Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order amends the rate of import duty payable on all CARICOM products exactly in the same terms of our excise rate, which only applies to local manufacturers. And so therefore, let me reiterate, Madam Vice President, this is in keeping with the common external tariff as agreed under CARICOM and promotes the free movement of goods between member states. And in other words, both locally manufactured products and CARICOM manufactured products are taxed exactly the same way and as has always been the case. And so, Madam Vice President, I wish to thank you and thank the honourable members of this House. And With these few words, Madam Vice President, I beg to conclude.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Honourable Senators, leave has been granted for the government's motions number 2, 3, 4, and 5 to be debated together with this motion. Senator Dhanpaul.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and good morning. Madam Vice President, please allow me to congratulate and welcome Senator Sanjiv Boodhu. You may or may not know that Senator Boodhu is the youngest deputy political leader in the history of the People's National Party. Just to respond to something that Senator Swaratsingh said, and I just want to correct the records on education and security, national security. I was just simply paraphrasing a paragraph and quoting Minister Hawaii, his 2014 budget, who is now governor of the central bank, who said, Mr. Speaker, why should a country of 1,980 square miles or 5.128 square kilometers with a population of 1.3 million spend on average $5 billion annually, or 3.3% of our GDP, on national security? This money could be spent on new hospitals, schools, and roads. As far as I'm aware, Trinidad and Tobago is not at war with another sovereign state. And that was the point. Clear now? Madam Vice President, we are told that a significant part of the projected increases in revenue will come from alcohol and tobacco. We are given a figure of 800 million from excise duties, but we're not provided with a figure for customs duties. However, let me make it clear. Whatever the projected figure, these are not broad-based, high-yield reforms that will change the 2026 deficit arithmetic in any meaningful way. In fact, it may place additional stress on the government's fiscal program. In addition, the budget did not address the potential structural leakages from a lack of compliance. And I keep hearing Senator Swaratsingh speaking about the health context, but there's no link with health in anybody's statement, unless I missed it. So I apologize if I missed it. Madam Vice President, it is always a good political strategy to focus on sin taxes, SIN taxes, which are more publicly acceptable. The strategy minimizes the public backlash by framing it as primarily targeting harmful products. Although excise and customs duties on alcohol and tobacco provide a revenue stream for the government, historical data show that when alcohol taxes were increased by 20% in fiscal 2017, government's revenue actually decreased. The excise duty collected on alcohol was 691 million instead of the projected 987 million, almost 300 million less than estimated, and 20 million less than the total collected in 2016 before the tax increase. The reason for the decline included reduced demand, and this is very critical because I've seen it many, many times in the Customs and Excise Department, increased smuggling and tax evasion. And before I continue, Madam Vice President, I'd just like to make a declaration that I never drank alcohol or smoked tobacco in my entire life. I just want to, but I will not be biased. It seems as though the government saw this measure strictly for budgetary support, without necessarily addressing a serious public health issue in Trinidad and Tobago. Higher prices through taxation discourage consumption, particularly among price-sensitive groups like youth and low-income individuals. This can reduce rates of alcohol-related diseases, smoking-related illnesses, and associated healthcare costs. The long-term public health improvement can ease pressure on the healthcare system. Unfortunately, the revenue raised from this measure will go directly, and this is very unfortunate, it will go directly to the consolidated fund to be used for budgetary support. The revenue raised will not be used to address the social costs of alcohol and tobacco consumption, including healthcare expenses, lost productivity, accidents, and crime. The revenue generated could have been directed towards treating addiction, health education campaigns, and supporting affected families. This was not addressed in the budget. In the PNM's government 2020-2021 budget presentation, we introduced a 20% increase in excise duty on locally manufactured tobacco products, as well as a 20% increase in custom duty on imported tobacco from the common market origins. PNM government also adjusted customs duty on tobacco products imported from extra-regional sources to allow equal treatment to that of the common market. It was projected that the government would collect around $1 billion in revenue from the measure, but instead it collected less than $700 million and about $20 million less than the previous year. This fact here means that the revenue projections that the government outlined in the budget statement is further under threat. The then PNM government included a health component to the measure and emphasized that the government was spending $500,000 per year to treat just one lung cancer patient, and noted that tobacco use brings significant social and economic losses to individuals and society. We highlighted in the fiscal 2021 budget that Trinidad and Tobago had the fourth highest incidence of smoking among 13 to 15-year-olds in the region, calling it a very serious risk factor. And this could all be fact-checked by going back to the previous PNM budgets. For the PNM government, the measure was designed for more than just budgetary support, but also to save the lives of our citizens. Reduced alcohol and tobacco use means fewer cases of liver disease, cancer, heart disease, and respiratory illnesses. It also results in less strain on an already pressured public health care system. The increased taxes should act as a deterrent for new users, especially young people. This is where the emphasis should lie, not on budgetary support. Excise taxes are essentially regressive in nature because they disproportionately affect low-income households who spend a larger percentage of their income on alcohol and tobacco. This raises equity concerns as the tax burden falls harder on those least able to afford it, even if consumption decreases. Excessively high duties create incentives for smuggling, counterfeiting, and illicit trade. Trinidad and Tobago's maritime borders and proximity to other Caribbean nations and South America make enforcement challenging. Madam Vice President, I'm sure you remember the days of diesel smuggling. The same idea is going to happen here. Black markets undermine revenue collection and introduce unregulated, potentially more dangerous products. Customs in Trinidad and Tobago has seized thousands of cases of illegal alcohol and tobacco. The trade in illegal tobacco is a very big business in Trinidad and Tobago. I have seen the customs raiding container after container with illegal alcohol and tobacco. It's a huge business in Trinidad. And this is going to be driven by the increased excise duties and custom duties on alcohol and tobacco. It's a whole new form of entrepreneurship going to start. With increased taxes and concomitant increase in prices, consumers may purchase alcohol and tobacco in neighboring countries with lower taxes, leading to revenue leakage and undermining the policy's effectiveness. In my handwriting now. This is particularly relevant for those living near ports or traveling regularly. High excise duties on locally produced alcohol and tobacco can hurt domestic manufacturers, leading to job losses and reduced economic activity, and it has already started, especially job losses. If the enforcement on the importation of similar products is weak, local producers may be at a competitive disadvantage. In times of economic difficulty, these taxes can add to the financial strain on households without necessarily reducing consumption among those with addictions, potentially pushing people towards cheaper, more harmful alternatives. I hope it's just a rumor, Madam Vice President, that people are already starting to turn to Babash.
How about Vieira?
Well, I don't want to say Vieira. Implementing, monitoring, and enforcing excise and customs duties requires robust administrative capacity. Customs enforcement at ports, excise monitoring of production, and combating smuggling all require resources and trained personnel. The Minister of Finance said in the budget, this will be part of the restructuring of the Customs Excise Division, so we can only simply wait and see. Heavily addicted individuals may continue purchasing these products regardless of price, meaning the health benefits may be less than anticipated, while the financial burden on these individuals increases. The effectiveness of these duties depends heavily on the implementation details, the tax rate level, enforcement capability, regional coordination with other Caribbean nations, and whether revenues are earmarked for health and social programs. The country's specific challenges with non-communicable diseases, healthcare costs, and the need for revenue diversification beyond oil and gas make this a particularly relevant policy consideration. We are not complaining about the policy, However, the government should also consider increasing penalties for the selling of alcohol and tobacco to minors as part of this measure. The PNN government increased by 200% all the penalties related to the sale of alcohol and tobacco to minors under the Liquor Licenses Act and the Tobacco Control Act. Enforcement is the key, Madam Vice President. And it's such a regular occurrence to see so many minors in our bars and carnival fetes. I have no idea why we allow them into these fetes and bars. This practice must stop. Trinidad and Tobago has a very lucrative rum industry through Angostura, in which the government has a large stake, and the local breweries that may face reduced sales. There will be the potential for layoffs in production, distribution, retail, bars, and restaurants. Bars and small retailers depend heavily on alcohol and tobacco sales. In addition, higher drink prices may affect the hospitality and tourism sectors. In conclusion, let me summarize. 100% increase in customs and excise duties creates strong motivation for black market activity. That's the number one issue. And ask the Customs and Excise Division what they see every year. With higher taxes, government loses intended revenue to untax illicit products. Illegal products such as counterfeit alcohol, unregulated tobacco may be dangerous. This massive increase in customs and excise duties may strengthen the organized but illegal importation of alcohol and tobacco. For better or for worse, we have a very strong liming culture in Trinidad and Tobago. Alcohol is integral to many celebrations and social gatherings. This measure, for good or for bad, may dampen Carnival and Christmas. Addiction means many consumers will purchase alcohol and tobacco regardless. That's the inelastic demand. Further reducing their disposable income. Tax increases without accompanying addiction treatment programs is punitive rather than helpful. It may increase dangerous home brewing and illegal production of alcohol and cigarettes. While the revenue and health rationales are sound, the 100% immediate increase without complementary measures risks significant negative consequences, particularly illicit trade and regressive economic impacts on the vulnerable segments of our population. Success depends heavily on the quality of implementation and accompanying support programs. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. These motions invite this Honorable Senate to confirm orders made under Section 13(2) of the Excise General Provisions Act. That section authorizes the Minister of Finance to impose new or increased excise duties by order, effective upon publication in the Gazette, pending parliamentary confirmation within 21 days. The Minister has exercised that power through the legal notices now under consideration. These orders came into effect on the 13th of October, 2025. They effectively double the excise duties on alcoholic beverages and tobacco, increasing the rate on rum and spirits from $79.25 to $158.50 per cent of alcohol, on beer from $5.14 to $10.28 by gravity, and on cigarettes from $5.26 to $10.52 per pack of 20, as reflected in the 2025 budget statement, I think at page 134. Our task today is to confirm whether by resolution to confirm, amend, or revoke these orders. Now, one of the first questions that will arise is, what is the purpose of these orders? Are they to generate revenue, to reduce alcohol and tobacco consumption for health reasons, to conserve foreign exchange, to protect local producers, to promote road safety? Today, Senator Swaratsingh confirmed that these duties are meant not just to increase revenue, but a healthier lifestyle. And I thank the Honorable Minister for that. But nowhere in the orders or in the accompanying budget documents has the policy objective been clearly articulated. And you know, when you're talking about taxation, taxation must never be arbitrary. It must be underpinned by a clear and rational policy goal. Stakeholders and the public should not have to speculate as to the government's intent. Secondly, the process by which these measures were introduced raises serious concerns. These orders were published suddenly. As one stakeholder put it, like a thief in the night. To the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, there was no consultation with the hospitality sector, with importers, with distributors, or the tourism sector. Businesses had already placed Christmas and Carnival orders with containers en route to Trinidad when these new rates were gazetted. Unforeseen additional costs, disrupted cash flows, and potential breaches of existing supply contracts. The absence of prior notice or transitional period undermines business confidence and creates a perception of fiscal unpredictability. So in the event, I am concerned about the potential economic and sectoral impacts that these orders may have on the tourism, carnival, and hospitality sectors. The Caribbean tourism economy thrives on competitive pricing of experiences, including food, beverages, and entertainment. Stakeholders have warned that these increases could make Trinidad and Tobago one of the most expensive destinations in the region for alcohol consumption, discouraging visitors and making event tourism, whether it's carnival, festivals, and conferences, less viable. What's the impact on consumers and small retailers? The small man is particularly affected. The neighborhood bars, parlors, and roadside shops are integral to our social fabric. Sharp increases in excise duties will erode their margins, force price hikes, and reduce patronage. For many low-income earners, I know my gardener complained to me because he says, that's the one thing he has to enjoy. But now, because of a base, $13. So for many low-income earners, this translates into an immediate loss of purchasing power and social recreation. So I'm concerned that these duties may disproportionately affect our lower-income consumers. And what's the effect on local manufacturers and distributors? While the stated aim may be to encourage local production, the sudden increases create cost pressures even for local brewers. There's a risk, as we have heard from Senator Dhanpaul, of the risk of cross-border smuggling and a rise of unregulated or counterfeited products, undermining public health and tax collection alike. And I would also like to highlight an important legal dimension having to do with our EU CARICOM Economic Partnership Agreement, the EPA. As many may know, Trinidad and Tobago had some time ago committed to gradually eliminate import duties on certain EU origin goods, including wine, in containers exceeding 2 liters, intended for blending, manufacturing, or rebottling. Under that EPA, there was a mutual agreement that we would get certain concessions once we, over a period of 25 years, gradually reduced our duties and tariffs. So if these orders inadvertently impose or reimpose duties contrary to those commitments, Trinidad and Tobago risks being in breach of its international obligations under the EPA. And that in turn could expose us to diplomatic or trade repercussions. Now, one of the things I would be grateful if the Honorable Minister could clarify is how this impacts wine, because it's not clear. We talk about spirits and alcohol, but wine, a lot of people are very concerned about where does wine fit in, and we're not just talking about regular wine, but whether wine can be differentiated from sparkling wine. So I just put that out there. I would be glad if that could be clarified. But moreover, the CARICOM Common External Tariff, the schedule shows that wines of heading 220429, that is wines of fresh grapes with fermentation arrested by alcohol in containers over 2 liters, attract 0% duty under the CET for Trinidad and Tobago. And if that exemption remains, it suggests that local excise duties are being used to fill a revenue gap, which is permissible, but must be clearly distinguished from import tariffs to avoid inconsistencies with the WTO and EPA. Now, I understand, and Honorable Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that concerns regarding the issue of breach by Trinidad and Tobago of our WTO commitments on the maximum allowed import tariff for alcoholic beverages, the bound rate being 100% ad valorem. That was recently raised in Geneva by the UK, the US, and the EU. Now, it bears remembering that under the GATT, under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, members must not apply tariffs in excess of their bound rates. So accordingly, I would respectfully urge government to audit these orders to assess whether the applied rate exceeds the bound rate. If concerns have been raised, as I have been told they have, if concerns have been raised by the UK, the US, and the EU, we need to engage in consultation under the WTO dispute settlement understanding. And if these orders are found to have exceeded the bound rate, well, then the obvious remedy would be to reduce the proposed duties to the bound level or to offer compensation in the hope of avoiding a formal panel proceeding. If Trinidad and Tobago believes that there is a legitimate reason for higher duties or tariffs, for example, as we've heard, public health or increasing revenue, we still have to comply with the WTO rules. We cannot exceed the bound tariffs. A high applied rate cannot simply be justified under public health grounds if it violates the bound rate obligation. And if a panel finds that these measures are inconsistent with our WTO obligations, then a report is issued, and we would have to implement the ruling in a reasonable period of time. Failure to implement could result in retaliation or suspension of concessions, including the right of other members to impose trade sanctions. So I just want to flag it that if we are in breach or potentially in breach, that could harm Trinidad's export sectors and overall trade relations. So that is a very serious matter, going beyond merely undermining our credibility in international trade circles that non-compliance would foster. I turn now to the social and behavioral dimensions implicit in these orders. I agree. Alcohol abuse is a serious problem in Trinidad. But taxation, while a useful deterrent, has to be balanced against our socio-economic realities. Excessive increases may not curb consumption, but as you have heard, they may simply divert demand to cheaper or illegal substitutes, babash, biram, whatever you want to call it. If the public health objective is to reduce harmful drinking, the measures should be accompanied by public education, treatment programs, road safety enforcement, not merely fiscal policies. And I think I want to come back to the question about the fairness and the timing and how we transition. But first, let me continue. Social and cultural realities should be taken into account when settling these duties and tariffs on alcohol and tobacco. From a policy and legal perspective, governments certainly have a broad discretion to regulate alcohol through fiscal measures, such as excise duties, import tariffs, and licensing. But in exercising that discretion, decision makers have to balance public health objectives with cultural, social, and economic considerations. In particular, having regard to the fact that in this country, alcohol consumption is deeply embedded in social life. Festivals, carnival, celebrations, informal gatherings, people have drinks. This cultural integration means that abrupt or excessive increases in duties can be viewed not merely as fiscal adjustments, but as intrusions on social practices. Imposing these increases with immediate effect just before the highest retail season, Christmas going into Carnival, has been described by some stakeholders as beyond reckless. The principle of legitimate expectation applies here, that government action should be predictable, transparent, and allow reasonable time for compliance. A phased implementation, for instance, effective 1 January 2026, would have allowed businesses to adjust their prices, to restock appropriately, and to honor pre-existing contracts. Sharp increases, as we've heard, may also lead to incentivized black market trade, especially for cigarettes, beer, and spirits, where consumers may turn to illicit, untaxed, substituted, and smuggled products. And this undermines legitimate traders. Often, it will deprive the state of revenue, and it will introduce unregulated, often unsafe products into the market. That is the experience in several Latin American and Caribbean states. That's what they have, that experience will be borne out when you look at them. So I just have a couple of recommendations. My first recommendation is please clarify the policy objective. I would ask that the Ministry of Finance publish some sort of short policy note explaining the rationale behind the increases, whether fiscal, health-related, or protective of industry. I would urge that we undertake an impact assessment, commission a rapid study on projected effects on the hospitality, retail, and tourism sectors. I would urge a transitional grace period, certainly for goods already shipped before the gazetting date. Relief or some kind of rebate mechanism should be considered. We should conduct a review of our EPA and WTO compliance. That should be both technical and legal regarding the tariff schedule for alcoholic beverages, comparing the applied rates versus the bound rates, classification headings, historical changes, and the like. And if breaches have been identified, then consider preparing some sort of remedial proposal. I would urge stakeholder engagement. Perhaps we could have a standing advisory forum with representatives of importers, local manufacturers, bar owners, and tourism operators before future excise changes. And public education. If health deterrence is part of the objective, we should be launching parallel campaigns on responsible consumption. Fiscal measures should be combined with education and enforcement strategies, not pursued in isolation. Taxation is a very powerful policy tool, but only when it is exercised with clarity, consultation, and fairness. The excise duties now before us may well raise short-term revenue, but I fear they may risk long-term damage to business confidence, tourism competitiveness, and compliance. I therefore urge that in confirming these orders, government may consider reviewing their impact within the next 6 months, engaging with stakeholders meaningfully, and ensuring that fiscal policy remains predictable, transparent, and balanced, having regard to, among other things, the social and cultural dimensions. I thank you.
Senator Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I am pleased to join in this debate for all 5 motions, motions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. To put it quite simply, we are here as a result of announcements in the appropriation bill, the budget recently concluded. It is a requirement of the law that we engage in these debates. We're doing 3 compliance with law issues. The first one that we're doing is, of course, an order for excise duty tobacco products, and that is an excise duty. We're doing that under the Excise General Provisions Act, Chapter 7850. The second one that we're doing is with respect to alcoholic beverages, and that is, again, pursuant to the excise duty alcoholic beverages, which falls under the General Provisions Act, Chapter 7850 as well. With respect to those two items, we are specifically required to have a resolution under the law to accept, amend, or reject these proposals. This is joined by the fact that we are dealing with 2 orders for alcohol, 2 orders for tobacco. Why? Because there is a supplemental or number 2 order which amends the first order. The first order for tobacco is that issued by legal notice number 373 on the 13th of October 2025. The second one was issued on the 21st of October 2025. The orders for alcohol are done pursuant to legal notice number 376 and 384. The first on 13th October 2025, the second on 21st October 2025. For those who are paying attention on the World Wide Web, on the radio, and elsewhere, excise duty is for locally produced goods. It is a taxation perfectly permitted by law. It's been exercised many times before, where you impose a taxation on anything that is locally manufactured. So what we're doing by these 4 orders, 2 for alcohol, 2 for tobacco, we're saying that anything manufactured in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that is alcohol, that is tobacco, they are going to be subject to taxes. And as Senator Vieira correctly identified, we're effectively taking a 100% increase in both tobacco and in alcohol. What we do by the other amendment, by the other order, is we're going to the Customs Act. Under the Customs Act, we are required to treat with things that are coming into or out of Trinidad and Tobago, and the order before us, which is legal notice number 385, seeks to provide 100% increase in taxation for tobacco and for alcohol for anything that is brought into Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Madam President, as I mentioned before, this is not the first time this Parliament, in any of its incarnations, is dealing with this. The last time there was an increase in excise and customs duties was in 2016. Specifically, we had legal notice number 160 on the 19th of October 2016. Under law, we have a limited time frame to make these things perfect. And that limited time frame is, of course, not before 4 days and not after 24 days. So we must be here, we must do this work. Otherwise, the effect of the immediacy of the increase would lapse if we don't have a resolution and you have to pay back money under the laws. I'm putting it as simply as possible without quoting the law, which could easily be done. It's here. So let's deal with a few of the parameters. This is directly connected to the budget of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. It is to be found in the statement of revenue. It is to be found directly in the levies that we see in these orders. At page 5 of the statements of revenue, you look to item 0, head 03, you will see excise duties. These orders, tobacco and alcohol, will result, according to the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Planning, in an increase in revenue to Trinidad and Tobago from 529 million $698,773 to $1,823,7,600. So this is a $1.3 billion increase to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Revenue collection is a perfectly legitimate aim. Many governments have done it, including a previous PNM government in 2016, where a 20% increase in excise duties and customs duties was applied. Most usually, if you look to the debates on these motions, these resolutions, you will see there's an element of dealing with what Senator Dhanpaul correctly referred to as a sin tax, where there is the inelasticity of the demand, meaning people will buy that which they want to buy because they believe they must have it. This is tobacco or alcohol. And there is a large socio-economic debate about health, about the ailments in society of alcohol and tobacco. Now, Madam Vice President, this $1.83 billion is a $1.3 billion increase. I dare say when a government has the management of an economy, as this government clearly does by a clear majority, it has the privilege of dealing with one thing for certain. The one law that will change every single year is the appropriation bill, which changes multiple laws in the Finance Act or by orders. By these orders, the minute these orders were published, the 100% increase applied. The only time it falls apart is if the orders are not confirmed by a resolution. Now, Madam President, when we look to the state of the Trinidad and Tobago economy, because these orders are contributing to the economy, we have some serious concerns because we must look to the effect that these orders are going to have on the manufacturers of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and on state enterprises, because the revenue generated from these orders for alcohol go to specifically, let's take one example, Angostura. For tobacco, let's take one example, West Indian Tobacco, which is a division of a company that is outside of Trinidad and Tobago, but West Indian Tobacco operates here. That, therefore, attributes to another factor, which is when we look to state enterprises. State enterprises are, in this budget, intended to move from $1 billion in revenue to $5 billion in revenue. So that's a $4 billion increase. So these orders affect already at least $5 billion in the budget. These orders, insofar as manufacturers of alcohol and manufacturers of tobacco contribute to society, also, if they continue in operation, they go to another item of revenue. And that is, of course, electricity surcharge, which has had a 100% increase. It goes to another aspect of revenue, which is the NIS contribution, where there has been a 45% increase. It also, insofar as loan financing is given to manufacturers, affects the $420 million that we're supposed to get by the capital net tax for banks and insurance companies. So a large chunk of revenue for this budget for the people of Trinidad and Tobago is triggered by these 5 orders. That's the relevance in law, that's the connection on paper, that's the material. Now, Madam President, there are some specifics that we must look at. The first position to demonstrate is that the movement in revenue, estimated to be $1.3 billion, there's a large question mark in relation to that. Can we, in fact, gain $1.3 billion? That's the question. And the answer to that is probably that we're not going to achieve it when you look to the revenue increases from 2016. We tried to apply a 20% taxation. We did not achieve the taxation by any means. When we look to this particular measure, It underwrites another significant source of revenue for Trinidad and Tobago from the budget. What am I speaking about? The NIF, the NIF. Why the NIF? NIF bond number 1, called a Ponzi scheme by the UNC, many times no support for it, was followed by NIF bond number 2, and is to be followed now by a NIF bond number 3. The NIF bond is intended to raise $1 billion in revenue. The 4.5% annual interest over 5 years, the 5.7% annual interest over 12 years, the 6.6% annual interest over 20 years for NIF. The companies that underwrite NIF are as follows. Republic Financial Holdings, they just get a tax, capital tax, 0.25%. Angostura Holdings, 12.3% of the NIF. Whitco, 5.1%, and OCM. So directly in the NIF underwriting is Whitco, subject to this order, is as well Angostura, subject to this order. Let's look at the effect of these orders to see if we really should be resolving to affirm these orders, because they're very serious questions to be asked and answers to be given. Angostura's summary consolidated financial statements for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025. There is the chairman of Angostura, Mr. Gary Hunt, in his statement October 23rd, 2025, from Angostura's published record, says, Angostura is pleased to report a strong financial performance. He says, for the 9 months ending September 30th, 2025, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Angostura for its solid performance. I'd like to thank publicly Mr. Terence Barrett, Senior Counsel, who was chairman of Angostura, who did an excellent job at that company. I have no doubt that Mr. Hunt will hopefully follow in similar stead. Revenue for Angostura increased by $59 million, 8% increase. And the international sector had an exceptional growth of 18%. Domestic group recorded 3% growth. Result from activities, 10%. Group achieved after profit tax of $104 million. This Angostura performance in this current market is now going to have drags in their economic performance. One, in the significant increases in electricity costs for commercial and industrial users, they being both of them. Number two, in the 45% increase of the NIS, we have no indication of what the employer's contribution figures look like, but we know what the employees' contribution figures look like. It's a 45% increase. Three, the increases in their portfolio cost from insurance and from banking caused by the capital taxes applied there. Their revenue will be likely tested when you look to Whitco as another one of the performers by these orders. That's the West Indian Tobacco. The chairman's review for the period ending 30th June 2025. Listen to this. West Indian Tobacco Company Limited reported a profit before tax of $45.9 million for the 6-month period ending 30th June 2025. This represents a decrease of $62.4 million, or 58% compared to the corresponding period for 2024, reflecting a decrease in profit of 57%, or $45.3 million over 2024. Revenue for the period was $190.7 million, reflecting a 25% decline year over year. Our operation and volumes realignment, they're mindful of market volatility, and they're declaring an interim dividend of 10 cents. The period before that, West Indian Tobacco, in their 3 months ending 31st March 2025, this represents, they had a marginal increase, when you go to the independent auditor's report for 2024, the chairman's review says West Indian Tobacco Company Limited recorded profit before tax 277 million. This represents a decrease of 109.6 million or 28.3% below. Revenue for the year fell, a reduction by 17.4%. So Whitco is reporting dramatic declines in revenue, dramatic declines in profit. Angostura is now under pressure of increases like Whitco, NIS, electricity, and now excise duties, 100% excise duties for both. Yet they underwrite NIF number 1. They are tied to NIF number 3. The minute you fail to achieve your revenue, and you add the fact that we are increasing our borrowing by $18 billion this year, $10 billion from outside. Let me mark the spot now. We are going to get a motion on the order paper. It's not on the order paper, but it's coming, to increase the debt ceilings limits for the developmental loans and the external loans, because we have external loans. We're told $10 billion in external loans. The minute your external loans portfolio goes up, you are going to have a downgrade in your ratings. We have the Article 4 IMF consultation to come imminently. We have another consultation to come. It means cost of borrowing goes up. If we do not achieve these figures, NIF number 1 underperforms, and NIF number 3 is in jeopardy. Now, the population asked, how on God's earth could the government have raised excise duties? Because it was not aware of what happened today. Thankfully, what happened today is that customs duties came into the equation, which means that the local producers were not the only ones to receive a 100% increase, because the population said, what about those that are importing? How could the imported alcohol, imported tobacco be less in taxation than the local? Fortunately for today, motion number 5 is on the paper, and that says customs duty is going up by 100%. But Madam Vice President, we are looking at serious factor flow charting. Let me put it that way. For this to make sense, the market conditions now tell us very serious issue in this country that is not yet to the fore of people's minds. We have a serious royalty and oil income problem, state enterprises income problem, because, Madam Vice President, we have had a cancellation of the Venezuelan gas framework. And I call upon the Honorable Minister of Planning to speak today on what the issue now means for the Manatee gas field. Because if we cannot afford the expenditure, because we're not earning the revenue, if Point Lisa's industrial estate collapses without a line of sight for gas that Manatee is to give, this importation order, this customs order,
Madam Vice President,
falls into serious jeopardy in what we are debating today.
46-1, Madam Vice President. Again, the senator goes on a meandering road, and he's yet to deliver a relevant point. Thank you.
Member, let's just stick to the topic. Yes. Okay? Let's not stray.
Properly sticking. You know the reason why, Madam President, Vice President, I went through the books, the page numbers, the orders, and the law. I expected this. I'm 1,000% sure of my relevance. Absolutely and completely. Because I've laid the framework for it. And we can run, bramble, hide. In making a decision, if we support these resolutions today, we must know what will happen to the industry. I flagged number 1, the NIF. How many? The minister said that we're here to talk about poor people and supporting
Madam Vice President,
the positions of where we go,
please.
Madam Speaker.
46-1, my Vice President, please. And I would say that there's repetition, Senator.
He said 46-1. Sure. Again, I understand that you have your point of view, but let us stick to what we are here to discuss. I know you want to get an answer for everything else, but in time, I think you will get your answer. Let's just stick to what we are here to discuss today.
Madam Vice President, what am I irrelevant on? Please, it's for your guidance so that I don't offend you. Could you provide clarity?
Feeling offended, I just want you to stick to what we're here to discuss, okay?
Thank you. I'll continue to stick. Madam Vice President, NIF number 1 is in jeopardy. We have a decision to make here today. I keep saying we are here to make law. We're not here in a kumbaya environment. We must analyze the issues because we are making law that affects the citizens. The Honourable Minister in piloting said that we are doing this for the vulnerable. He chastised the PNM government. I'm answering him. He quoted Eric Williams, acknowledging him as the father of the nation, unlike his public relations officer. But Madam Vice President, in this debate of the 5 motions that we're looking at, the 5 resolutions, we have to analyze the potential collapse of the revenue that is estimated and whether we should push the 100% increase because, as Senator Vieira raised already, as Senator Dhanpaul raised already, we have to decide what the effect on the businesses of Trinidad and Tobago are by these orders. By these orders. If you are taking a 100% increase, Madam Vice President, somebody is paying for it. We know who. It is the consumer. We know it is the manufacturer. We know it is the importer. But Madam Vice President, Senator Vieira correctly anticipated something that I had flagged. So number 1, the factors in law that affect these orders are the CET, the CARICOM external tariff. Under the Treaty of Chagaramas, it's in the Customs Act, it's in the Excise Act, which is attributed to Section 7 and Section 13 of the respective laws. Relevant to this motion, these motions. 2, we're looking at VAT at 12%. 3, we're looking at the health and other taxes that may come onto that. This all applies to these orders. We're looking at manufacturing. Therefore, we're looking at electricity in the increase. We're looking at wage increase. We're looking at NIS 45% increase. But Senator Vieira hit the nail on the head. We have the EPA. We have the UK version. That is our partial scope agreements for taxation, privileges, and benefits with Europe, with the United Kingdom, but we have Chile as well, and Argentina as well, and Brazil as well, where alcohol has been agreed by our parliament, and tobacco by our parliament to have concessionary rates that fall. And therefore, we cannot only look to the common external tariffs, the CARICOM tariffs. For tobacco, it's 20%, and for tobacco, it's 30%, and for alcohol, it's 20%. So if you're in CARICOM, you're tax-free. If you're bringing goods from outside of CARICOM, it's 30% that you have to pay for tobacco and 20% for alcohol. That's the law that these orders and these motions will affect. We have to be told whether we are in conflict with the law, that is the partial scope agreements for the European Union, for the British, and for Chile in particular, being producers of alcohol and tobacco. The CARICOM version is not sufficient alone. Just remind me what time is full time, right? Mm-hmm. When we get to the effect of these now, and we get down to the CARICOM markets, and we get to quoted where you apply for concessions, Madam Vice President, we have a serious question in our hands. Let's turn now, if I may ask, Madam President, What time is full time, please?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
1 minute past 1 and 18 seconds.
Thank you so much. 1 minute past 1. Madam Vice President, we have a problem. You see, I was reminding my colleagues, we are amending order number 1, tobacco, with order number 2. We're amending order number 1, alcohol, with order number 2, to raise the local taxes in excise. And then we're bringing in the custom side to deal with the external side. But Madam Vice President, we haven't done the job unless we specifically cross-reference it to the 2016 customs orders. We have material deficiencies. We must amend these orders here today. And let me refer the honourable members to Legal Supplement Part B, Volume 55, number 118, 19th October 2016, Legal Notice number 160, page 759 of the Gazette. We have not included critical subheads into these orders. So when you go to our Customs Import Duty CARICOM, Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025, Legal Notice number 385, what we're debating today, the following items are missing from the orders. Number 1, we're missing under head 2204.10.00, sparkling wine. Does it include champagne or not? Without this specificity, we have a lacuna. It was in the 2016 order, it is not in the 2025 order. Are we missing, similarly under that head, other wine, grape, must with fermentation prevented or arrested by the addition of alcohol? It's missing from the 2025 order, it was in the 2016 order. Head 2204/21/00. This is Senator Vieira's point. We are missing in containers holding 2 liters or less. We don't have 2 liters or more. Further, we are missing head 2208.20.00, spirits obtained by distilling grape wine or grape mare, M-A-R-E. When we go to the customs order, when we look to item 2208-2010, brandy in bottles of a strength not exceeding 46%, when you get to that particular head, which is at page 2, we do not have the wording included in the 2016 order. And that, Madam Vice President, has to be added into it for it to make logical sense, because it ties back to our CET tariffs and our EPA and UK and Chile and other tariffs. There's a harmonized tariff schedule. When we get to the customs order that we are debating, we do not have whiskies as a header. That is 2208-3000. It is omitted from the 2025 order. For 2208-3010 and 2208-3090 to make sense, it has to be included. When we get to 2208-40, and we looked at our paper, that's at page 3 of our order. Page 3 just starts off 2208-4010 in bottles of strength not exceeding 46%. It is missing rum and other spirits obtained by distilling fermented sugarcane products. The heading has to go in. When we go to 2208-5000, again, if you're tired, Senator Alexander, go outside. Just go outside. When you go to gin and Geneva, it must be included for the interpretation to apply. Let's go to 2403, and this is under the tobacco heading. You notice missing? That was in 2016, the heading 24.03. Listen to this. other manufactured tobacco and manufactured tobacco substitutes, homogenized or reconstituted tobacco, tobacco extracts and essences, smoking tobacco, whether or not containing tobacco substitutes in any proportion. That is not a small header, Madam Vice President. It attaches to a range of products, Madam Vice President. And therefore, Madam Vice President, just on a cursory examination of the 2016 customs order, legal notice number 160 versus what we are doing in 2025, we must amend the orders. Madam Vice President, when we get back to the underwriting theory here, if our revenue collapses, if our budget does not perform, what are we going to earn money off of? We talk about diversification. I heard some brilliant suggestions coming from the Minister of Trade early in the career. We will diversify. Everybody talks about the carnival experience, about money. You know why I love carnival? I love carnival because money circulates in the country, from the occasional casual licenses for liquor and alcohol on the streets, to the bands, to the structures. The country occupies Trinidad and Tobago. Lights are on, events are happening. Senator Vieira was correct. Some forewarning philosophically would be great. I accept from the government's point of view that these are things which you just put into effect. Otherwise, you may have hoarding, price gouging, etc. I understand the balance there. But if our budget does not perform because of our external ramifications, including our Manatee collapse, the NIS, the other charges, etc., the one thing that can make sense is that our manufacturing sector for tobacco, our manufacturing sector at Angostura, that have showed that their profits are declining. Whitco in particular is very troublesome, Madam Vice President. How are we going to afford this? Is 100% increase actually necessary? You know, you could easily say, take a 20% increase, a 10% increase, because when you balance the underwriting for the NIF bond, how is Whitco going to perform, Madam Vice President? How is Angostura going to perform, Madam Vice President? When they do not perform, people get fired. If we lose workers at Angostura and we lose workers at Whitco, they join 50,000 unemployed people fired by the UNC government in under 3 months. They join 10,000 contract workers fired effectively by non-renewal of contracts. How do we support our democracy if the bars can't sell? If I am no serious drinker, supporter, I do not smoke. I confess here today my mother has lung cancer. It is a horrible condition for anybody to go through. I don't wish it on anyone as we grapple with the devastating news of what that does to lives. I am no supporter of the use of these things. But I must say, business in this country, when there is nothing else, if you go down to Mbakadere and you go to, I can't call his name, I can't tell you where he is, but you have a hustle bustle trade of selling a little alcohol, sits in a wheelchair making a living by these things. Madam Vice President, as much as they talk about lining friends and family pockets, you are killing the most vulnerable people in this society by removing the small aspects of business involved in local economic development, involved in bars and our culture has viability for diversification. This 100% increase is unsustainable to the manufacturing sector, to the employment and unemployment that is going to be yielded because it's too much at once. 100% increase in commercial and industrial electricity rates, 45% increase in NIS, 0.25% increase in the banks and insurance companies, which coming down to the man on the ground. 3.5% increase in rental for landlords having to pass costs on as they will. Madam Vice President, with Trinidad and Tobago burning down, whilst we're watching across the shores of the Gulf of Paria, in fear and in trepidation, our economy is in trouble if we go down this road. Madam Vice President, I said before, this is my government, our government. I want the government to succeed. But Madam Vice President, this is shoot from the hip economics. True. It is cavalier. It is not sustainable. You cannot apply all this pressure at once. You cannot fire 50, 60,000 people and give them an unemployment fund of $437,000, 20,000 people to get employed there. They're getting $2,000 a month. Madam Vice President, under minimum wage, drastically under minimum wage. How are we going to survive when we borrow $10 billion in external revenue?
46.1, tedious repetition, relevance again. Sure, no problem. But I mean, how long can we listen to this over and over again? Same point. Come on.
Continue.
Trinidad and Tobago, thank you so much. Trinidad and Tobago must pay attention. I've already pointed out the orders need amending. They can run and hide from that all they want. The orders need amending. We have a precedent of what the orders should be. This ain't no slip rule where you can fix it afterwards. You have to amend the orders. That's number one. Number two, we have the ability today to reject the orders and in an amendment provide a lower estimation. You cannot drive people out of business. This is going to crush not only the big manufacturers, the employees, the bar owners, the structures. I have said already from a health perspective, I don't blame it. I believe in health, I believe in exercise, I believe in nutrition, but I also accept that mental health requires release. I understand that. I urge the government, I plead with the government, I plead with the Minister of Trade who knows what I'm saying. He knows it. To speak up. You can't be afraid to speak up even when you're in government. Madam Vice President, we cannot watch our collapse externally, our isolation. This is an isolationist issue. I dare say we are in breach of the EPA. That is the European Union Partnership Agreement, the UK Partnership Agreement, the Chile Partial Scope Agreement, the Argentine Partial Scope Agreement. We are in breach, I believe. I'd like to hear that we're not. But Madam Vice President, we can't support this under any circumstances. I thank you.
Okay, Senators, it's 1, so I think we could take our lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Senate is now suspended until 2 p.m.
Excuse me, Senators, sorry, but the driver of PEB 4131, if you can just check your vehicle, please.
The Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Vice President, this is my first opportunity to extend my own congratulations to you on your ascension to the chair. It comes, however, with a wish that you should rejoin your colleagues at the earliest possible opportunity. Now, my colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, has moved a number of orders this morning, before we broke. And what struck me was that the responses thus far have come from attorneys. That is a good thing. Senator Vieira and Senator Al-Rawi. Now, I'm many things, but I am not an economist. And I did not plan to speak, but I have been emboldened by the courage that my colleagues displayed in attempting to speak to what is a financial matter of some serious concern. So, and in an attempt particularly to clear the air on some of the more reckless statements that have been made this morning in respect of the orders. Now, if I could just characterize in my own way of thinking, I thought that Senator Vieira's contribution was constructive in the main. Yes, there were criticisms. That is what one would expect in a democracy where we have good thinking persons who disagree on matters of policy. His approach, however, was to say, listen, these orders are going to come into force, but I ask the government to look at X and Y and Z. So I would characterize that to be constructive. Senator Al-Rawi, on the other hand, well, he pointed out the obvious, which is that the Senate has before it orders, and that there are three things that can be done. 1, approval, 2, rejection, and 3, amendment. Now, his contribution was destructive in the sense that he sought an amendment. And he sought an amendment on a couple grounds. First of all, and I have to clarify some of the language that my colleague used. Now, as a lawyer, I am not going to tell economists how they should use language, how they, what their terms mean, and I take great offense when some of my colleagues think that they can do that. So he said that, and I'm certain that he says these things. He says these things with aplomb. Now, if it is one thing that Senator Al-Rawi has always been known for, and this is from the days when he was my student, it is that... It is that... Say again? He did a good job as a student. He spoke with considerable aplomb. Not sure that he was always right. He was more often wrong than right. But he was always confident in what he said, and that is you must get some points for that. So he says that the orders relate to excise matters, and then he Then this is what he says. He says, an excise duty is a duty on locally produced goods. That is what he said. And I see my colleague, the Minister of Trade, shaking his head, because yesterday when he said to us that the Minister of Trade was an icon, which I think he is. Yesterday when he said those words to us, the Minister of Trade, in his normal self-effacing self, said nothing, and be that as it may, the Minister of Trade knows what the meaning of excise is. Now, I was reminded of and I hate to bring Humpty Dumpty into the debate this afternoon, but this is what Humpty Dumpty says. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, in a rather scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more, neither less. Now, Alice, of course, is confused. She says, the question is whether you can make words mean so many different things. And the answer is no. Excise means what it means. You can't tell us that an excise duty is a duty on locally produced goods, because it is not. An excise duty is a tax which is levied on goods and commodities produced in or sold within a country. Now, that disjunctive bit there, it destroys the premise of what he said. Because if we move away from the fact that it's a tax on locally produced goods, to the fact that it is not a tax on locally produced goods, it's a tax levied on goods and commodities produced in or sold with it, then that makes a world of difference. So I just want to get that out of the way and to say that words are important, and we must not, all of us, we must not be reckless with the words that we use. No amount of shouting, no amount of theater, no amount of hand movement. And that's a lesson that comes from Alice in Wonderland, Humpty Dumpty. Okay? Now, he's also confused because he said, on the one hand, as I heard that, he said on the one hand that demand for these products, alcohol and tobacco, is inelastic. And then, no, he said immediately after that the revenue projections would not be attained. Now, we are lawyers. We're not accountants. But I see the Minister of Trade looking at me and shaking his head. You know why? Because if demand is inelastic, it's not going anywhere. It's the same demand. And the price goes up, then what happens? I think that, so we're in school, right? The revenue projections are more than likely going to be met. And those are the first two things that I just want to tick off and to get out of the way. Now, to the main thrust of his contribution, however, what was noteworthy and what I take issue with is his focus. So he spoke entirely about the manufacturers, in particular Angostura and Whitco. Now, he also spoke about the NIF. I could be corrected. As I say, I'm a lawyer. And if the Minister of Trade tells me that Whitco is in the NIF, then I'll accept that. But I thought that the NIF was for companies which were state-owned or partially state-owned, or in which the state had acquired through distress or otherwise some sort of interest. So that Angostura is inside there, but Whitco is not. And thanks for that confirmation, Mr. Fernandez. That's just common sense. Now, if the point is, and I think I heard him say something just now, if the point is that we concentrate on the bottom line to these enterprises, Angostura and Whitco, then you miss half of the argument which my colleague put. Because he said that the orders are designed to encourage ordinary people in Trinidad and Tobago to be healthier, in part, at least in part. Yes, they are designed to raise revenue, but also they are designed to encourage people not to smoke. And perhaps not to drink in excess, not to smoke, not to drink in excess, because this is not us. We haven't done this. Tobacco kills. And the profits that he produced in terms of Whitco's declining profits, that's not us. It's a fact that if tobacco kills, and if that message is getting out, and if people are behaving rationally, they will smoke less. That's all that there is to that. And it's the same thing with respect to alcohol consumption. I declare interest or lack of interest. I do not smoke, I do not drink. But as I understand it,
the Whitco.
No.
45.
No. Just point of order, please.
Sorry. 45 1B.
Wait.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. That's fine.
So you are trying to... So you need clarification on something? From the Attorney General?
Yes.
Okay, so after, he will be able to clarify for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, so if I could just push on from there. My friend, Senator Al-Rawi, then made a jump from Angostura profit of 104 million to Whitco's declining profit, and he somehow linked those two things to NIS contributions, loan financing. No, as far as I'm concerned, those are two separate matters. They have nothing to do with the orders before us. And what I found particularly disturbing was that there was all of this focus on the bottom line of these companies. So the concern wasn't how many people are dying from cigarette smoke, how many people are being injured by addiction to alcohol, which is half of what the order is designed to do. He excludes that. And you know what I say as a former member of the People's National Movement? Before him, former member of the People's National Movement, I say shame on him. And shame on the PNM because it has abandoned its core principles. It has lost sight of the fact that at some point in time, its leader, the leader of the PNM, said, "We are about lifting lowly caste and adding dignity to the underclass." So, and that's not all that they have done. That's not all that they have done. So I have several problems with them. That is my main problem. They have lost sight of that, and they have allowed themselves to be infiltrated by elements which are concerned only with the bottom line, the profit.
Illegally.
So it would be remiss of me. I said that I would be making a short contribution. As a lawyer, that's all I am. I'm not an economist. This talk about the Manatee field. Now, it started last night, but many of us in the Senate were tired by the time we heard this. Monday night. The days are slipping by ever so quickly. But again, the Lauren Manatee arrangement was negotiated when I was the Attorney General. And I happen to know something about it. Now, we had a dispute, a boundary dispute. I happen to know something about it. It is Lauren, Spanish, Manatee, Trinidad. Okay? Now, it is one reservoir, but the Manatee, which is all that he spoke about, and it made the point, it underlined the point, which I'm sure they all know. One, that field has been deunitized. That's the first thing. Secondly, the Manatee side of the field is entirely in the the waters of Trinidad and Tobago. It is precisely that. It is disinformation. And if I could just be permitted to speak once more, I used Humpty Dumpty a little while ago to make a point. Just want to refer to one more saying, and it is this. And I will use the author who is less offensive, because this, after all, is the Senate. It is a lie repeated often enough can create an illusion of truth. And then it goes on, no matter how big the lie, if you repeat it often enough, the masses will regard it as truth. Kennedy said it, and somebody else said it. I hear my colleagues say Goebbels. I don't want to use Goebbels. I don't want to go to Hitler. This is the Senate. After all,
Don't call me but
so
go to God.
let me stick to Kennedy. The fact is that the activity that is taking place today is taking place in Trinidad and Tobago waters. That is fact. The fact is that the Manatee field comprises gas that is owned, when the Laurel Manatee field comprises gas that is owned by Trinidad and Venezuela, but not as the other field, the Dragon field, which is with only Venezuelan gas. It's been deunitized, and the majority of the gas, I don't want to state how much, I'm just a lawyer.
A good one.
But it's in excess of 70%. And for you to come here, not once, not twice, repeat the same thing, not once, not twice, you're trying to tell the population of this that the entire budget is going to collapse on itself. Well, this is not P&M light. It is not the new P&M. We know what we are about, and that is not going to happen. Madam Vice President, I ask that the orders before us be approved and that the minister in the Ministry of Finance be sent on his way as quickly as we can to do the nation's business.
A very pleasant good afternoon, and may I express my sincere gratitude, Madam Vice President, for permitting me in my maiden address to this Honorable Senate to contribute for a few short moments to the debate. Madam Vice President, a lot has been said in, I suppose, what was not expected for a lot to have been said. Madam Vice President, I really intended first to pay gratitude to the Minister of Planning, the Honourable Minister of Planning, for quoting Eric Williams this morning in this Senate and reminding us of the confirmation that Eric Williams was in fact and will remain remembered as the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. But perhaps I should first address some of the Honourable Attorney General's contributions before I get into the substance of my contribution this afternoon. And, I too was a student of the Honourable Attorney General at the University of the West Indies, but I think it might be a good thing that the Attorney General seems to have forgotten me as a student Honourable Attorney General. Okay, well, now I am concerned. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I was kind of glad that he did not. That's all right, that's all right. But, the Honourable Attorney General, if I may continue, the Honourable Attorney General gave a definition of what is an excise, what is excise. But I have here in front of me Section 3 of the Excise General Provisions Act, and it defines excise duty as any duty other than an export duty of customs imposed on any articles manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago. This is Section 3 of the Excise General Provisions Act, which is the heading of course, the excise orders that are before us this afternoon. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that there's a specific definition of what an excise is, Madam Vice President. Now, also the Honorable Attorney General made mention of the perspective that, or the position that demand in alcohol and tobacco, of alcohol and tobacco, is generally inelastic, but then went on to speak contrarily about all the health rationales that has seemed to have propped up the increase on these excises and customs duties that we see here, Madam Vice President, which is also contrary a little bit to the conversation led by the learned and Honourable Minister of Planning. So that it then led me to look at the budget statement found on page 28. This is the published budget statement, and under the heading Fiscal and Other Measures at subheading 4, increases in fees, charges and excise duties. This is the subheading, and it's on page 28 of the budget statement. This is the heading that addresses and introduces the increase in excise and or custom duties. And the reason I'm saying and or is because, and I will quote from it, it says here, now again, let me repeat the subheading first of all. The subheading is increase in fees, charges and excise duties, Madam Vice President. And then we go on, and I quote, updating the fee structures in line with the current cost of doing business is therefore necessary to ensure cost reflectivity, fairness and sustainability, while also safeguarding service quality and enabling modernization. It is important to note that 80% of the projected revenue increases are attributable to customs duties on rum and spirits, beer and tobacco products. Therefore, the following amended duties are proposed, and it proposes to introduce a schedule of the increased duties. Now, I also want to tie this back to the Honourable Minister of Planning this morning, when he was very careful when referring to this very budget speech to say that the Honourable Minister of Finance increased duties, and he did not, the Honourable Minister didn't make mention to whether it was custom duties or excise duties. Because just after the two schedules that are included here at said page 28, it says these measures will contribute an additional $1 billion to revenue. Mr. Speaker, the increase in customs duties on rum and spirits, beer and cigarettes will take immediate effect. Immediate effect meaning ostensibly the 13th of October 2025. And it went on to say, the increase in other fees and charges and licenses will take effect from January 1st, 2026. Now, in reading this and also listening on the budget, and I went to the answer and I confirmed this is exactly what was said on the Hansard, Madam Vice President. And looking at this, it would tell us that the increase in other fees, charges and licenses taking effect on the 1st of January 2026 refers to items such as container processing fees, environmental tire tax, wild animals and birds and so on. So it made no mention here of immediate duties being placed on customs as it relates to rum and spirits, beer and cigarettes. Pardon me, it says here, let me just repeat for the record and for clarity. Mr. Speaker, the increase in customs duties will take immediate effect. Then, Madam Vice President, we have on the 13th of October 2025, on the same day, two legal notices were published in the Trinidad and Tobago Gazette, numbers 373 and 376, entitled The Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 and The Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order 2025, respectively. Both these legal notices had the actual effect of immediately increasing the excise duties on cigarettes, rum and spirits, beer and malt products. And so, in comparing what was said in the budget, in the speech and in the House, pursuant to the Hansard, with what was actually put into effect by way of the legal notices, Madam Vice President, which were contemporaneous legal notices, these increased excise duties only and not customs duties. And more interesting, all of these documents are the product of the Honourable Minister of Finance. They are footed with the inscription of the Honourable Minister of Finance. So it is that we have one thing being said to the population and something completely different being done. Now, again, I want to draw us back to the next date that was quoted in this subpart, in this subparagraph or subheading. The next date was January 1st, 2026. So two dates were mentioned: immediate effect, which we know is the 13th of October, and the next date is January 1st, 2026. Lo and behold, as we know from the order paper today, there are other notices that have come into effect on the 17th of October, 2025. So that is neither immediate, nor is it the 1st of January. And then you have on the 22nd of October coming into play as well. So, I mean, one has to ask oneself, in paying attention, what really is to be believed by the population if we're being told one thing and another thing is being done. And so, I want to suggest that this is just yet another example of this government's persistence in saying one thing, doing another thing, and asking us to accept it, hook, line, and sinker. And now, come back to the Honorable Attorney General's contributions just a short moment ago about the NIF. See, I have in my hand there, and the Honorable Senator Al-Rawi referred to it. It's dated the 28th, or at least it has a date on it, which says the 28th of October, 2025, 5:12 p.m. The website is NIF Bond-National Investment Fund, and it has, it has on it nif-tt.com. So it is a document sourced from the NIF Fund's website. And it lists here the NIF bond, the affordable investment opportunity by the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited, supported by 5 of the country's best performing companies. And I will list them all as was done before. Republic Financial Holdings Limited, One Caribbean Media Limited, number 3, the West Indian Tobacco Company Limited. That it was just said by the Honorable Attorney General was not included in the NIF, please. And the Honorable Attorney General made reference to the question of relativity as it relates to the declines in Whitco and Angostura. But, Madam Vice President, the declines are due to the illicit trade which Senator Dhanpaul spoke about this morning. Because I am no economist either, but it is common knowledge, I would think, that if you increase taxes, illicit trade automatically increases. That was the point Senator Dhanpaul made this morning, Madam Vice President. Now, I want to come back to the question as to what is the true motivation of this, because, a short while ago we heard we on this side are only interested in the bottom line, but then we also heard an entire missive about this being a health tax. But that was introduced for the first time today in this Honorable House. At no point in time during the budget debate was there any conversation about motivations for the excise being increased or the customs duty being increased based on a concern for health, for the health of the population. So that it cannot be accepted and cannot be said that this is in fact motivated by health. In fact, subheading 4 says, it is important to note that 80% of the projected revenue increases are attributable to custom duties on rum, spirits, beer, and tobacco products. And it went on again, and I could repeat it, but I don't think I need to. It made mention of current cost of doing business and necessary to ensure cost reflectivity, fairness, and sustainability, and enabling modernization. The measures will contribute an additional $1 billion in revenue. All of this is in the budget speech. Now, of course, again, we have a little bit of contrariness, because if you look at the projected revenues, we have in the projected revenues 1.3 billion thereabouts. So $300 million less is projected in the budget speech than what is in the projected revenues for 2026. And so, there begs a legitimate question as to whether there is in fact overstatement. And even if you were to double what was received, the actual receipt in 2025, you're not going to get the projected figures in 2026. But I don't want to trespass upon our budget debate, although I think the door is wide open at this point in time, respectfully, Madam Vice President. So, if it is that we are to accept at this stage, today, for the first time, that this is in fact a health tax, then why is it that we have not heard that the additional taxation is going to be used for an increased allocation in healthcare or education, perhaps specialized education to attempt to discourage the abuse of tobacco and alcohol from an early age? We have not heard that the additional taxation is going to be used to find jobs for the tens of thousands of CPEP and URP and reforestation workers that have gone home, which usually is consistent with a health tax. It is usually consistent with a health tax that a minister is going to introduce what the increase in revenue is going to be used for, rather than to stick it in the consolidated fund. What have we heard as to how are we going to provide employment for the hundreds, if not thousands, of persons that now become at risk of losing their jobs because of downsizing within the alcohol and tobacco industries in Trinidad and Tobago? And of course, we haven't heard anything about any incentivization for the small breweries that we have seen developing over the last few years, and which, with the right support, can develop into net foreign exchange earners. And additionally, contribute to Trinidad and Tobago's internationally recognized brands of beer and spirits. So, no, I want to make sure I don't miss anything, but I also don't want to be accused of any tedious repetition, because my colleagues on this side have been so explanatory and everything. Yeah, they are. Thank you for recognizing that, Minister. So, I think in closing, Madam Vice President, but I agree with you, Senator, it's not a health tax, it's a revenue earner. But this morning we are hearing something completely different. We are in all of this talk about how the PNM don't care about people's health. All right. And I want to, there's another thing. The Honorable Attorney General raised the question about manatee. And I have to express gratitude on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago to Senator Al-Rawi today. Because if Senator Al-Rawi didn't raise these issues this morning, would the Honorable Attorney General have gotten to his legs and answered questions about that manatee field? And so, I am wondering if we're going to get any further clarification, because is it that the Honorable Attorney General is saying, Madam Vice President, is it that the Honorable Attorney General is saying that the manatee field is not affected by the cancellation of the Venezuela and TT framework? I mean, is that it? I'm not exactly. There's a continuous absence of information. Again, I think we really have to give credit for Honorable Senator Al-Rawi's contribution this morning. Thank God for that. So, in winding up, Madam Vice President, in what I would have liked to be a longer contribution, but the competence of the opposition bench here today really causes me to have precious little to add. But we would respectfully like to urge the government to make decisions founded in sound policy and be straight with the population. Ad hoc increases in taxation, particularly coming shortly after an election campaign during which an anti-tax position was telegraphed, is, to say the least, misleading and causes the population to have a sense of distrust, Madam Vice President. So now in closing, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the opportunity today. To the Leader, that's the Honourable Penelope Beckles-Robinson. And to the Leader of Government Business, to my colleagues on the opposition bench, to the parliamentary staff, whom I must say are commendable in their service so far. And I wish to express, Madam Vice President, the immense sense of duty and responsibility I feel to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to whom I commit to serve diligently, honestly, responsibly, and with integrity in all things, whether I have another opportunity or not, Madam Vice President. So, Madam Vice President, I thank you most sincerely.
Honorable Senators, please join me in congratulating Senator Boodhu on his maiden contribution in this Senate. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I want to start thanking the Attorney General for I was trying to figure out how to start this, and I have some familiarity with the sector, not tobacco, alcohol. As a matter of declaration, I work as a management consultant, and I have done fairly substantive projects for both CDC, that's the parent company of Carib, and all that goes with it, and for Angostura. All of those projects are at least 10 years in the past, sometimes more. So I don't think there's an issue there. And I am probably one of the few in this house who could say, I fought the beer wars. I don't mean that figuratively. I actually was in the middle of the thing. Madam Vice President, you have to imagine me quite different from now. There was a lot less of me and a lot less gray. I was actually doing market research with a clipboard, walking into rum shops to find out what people were thinking and how we would plan strategy. The most common phrase I would get as I walked through the door, sometimes it was more vigorous than that, is the bar owner would watch me and say, "You lost," as I walk in. So I am somewhat familiar, but that's history. Out of that history, I have quite a few colleagues, friends who know me, they have a number. So since this was announced, I have gotten quite a few number of phone calls. Sometimes people just want to vent. I would ask them, okay, I give you enough time to vent. If you were me and you could speak to the House, what would you want? Long pause. Do you want it rescinded? The more frequent reply, now you will be doing your own polls, I expect, so this is very anecdotal, but the more frequent reply is, oh God, the country need money, and we ain't getting it from oil and gas, so I suppose they have to do it. So I say, you want to rescind it or not? I did not get, by any margin, anybody who said, don't do it. The more frequent response, and I offer this as a thought, is, oh gosh, don't go too far too fast now. You can trip us up. And that led to a conversation of, well, what do you mean by trip up? So my contribution is in the context of offering that reflection and putting it in a context that might be useful as you work out the implementation, because the law is one thing. How you do this thing now matters. And I've worked with the people who have to live with it. The alcohol and beverage sector is very significant in this country, and I think it's important to just establish that. It is a major pillar of the overall food and beverage sector. And quite frankly, it is our companies that operate in this sphere are the envy of, I've traveled up and down this region for many decades. They are the envy of other places. So that things that affect them negatively, and they are resilient, but we also have to be conscious of what this does to them as a business. And I've not heard any of them saying, no, don't do it. I mean, we need time to adjust. Some years ago, the TTME, the TIC convention, indicated that there were over 100,000 persons directly and indirectly employed across this food and beverage sector. About 35,000 of them are in operations, small bars and shops, where alcohol products and related products to this is well over 2/3 of their sales. So changes to alcohol matters. And this is not a negative, it simply is the fact of what it is. I did an online search trying to identify how many rum shops and bars there are in the country. The best estimate I could come up with is that there are sometimes for bars, it's about 1,500 to 2,000. So if you multiply 4, 5, 6 persons per bar, you get a sense of where the employment is. And that can vary by weekend, weekday, if it's a holiday, etc. And rum shops, it is somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000. So I'm talking to colleagues in the field, sales managers, sales reps, and say, how many rum shops they have in Trinidad and Tobago? They say, well, it depends, because the number of rum shops on a weekend is different from the number of rum shops in the week. I encountered that when I did a study some years ago with, in the poultry industry, where we were trying to count the number of pluck shops. And you have informal or temporary pluck shops happening on the weekend, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, but you don't see them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And it's just a pattern. It's when people come to buy. And bars can operate often informally on where they think they will sell on the weekend. So, but the number is fairly high. The population, the employment impact is fairly high. Something that I remember from all of these years, I was trying to understand the economics of a rum shop. And one fellow said, easy, beer pays the bills. That is the light bill, the rent if I rent in. It pays for me to just keep this rum shop going. Rum is what pays for my family to live. It was a rough and ready calculation. And when I've tested that over the years, it seems to hold true. So this impacts, and if there is uncertainty, it can really hurt the sector. So with that as a context, the reaction of the major players, when I said, what do you want them to do? Them being, the government bench, Madam Vice President. For many of them, they are still in COVID recovery mode. Their measure is, if I look at my sales pre-COVID, I look at my sales post-COVID, I ain't there yet. I might be holding on with my fingernails, but, and you think, what would a pandemic do? 2020, 2021 was when we would say, it formally ended from a health point of view. But 3-4 years later, people are still recovering. And I think any shift in revenue needs to be considered with that in mind. A number of earlier speakers have raised the issue of the potential impact and damage to tourism and carnival. Specifically, I've had people telling me, Francis, I have already sold tickets for all-inclusives, or bands, or fetes. I factored in a price of alcohol. I take the people money. I can't give them back the money. I can't raise the price. And this was factored on the basis of, this is what I think it would cost. My response to them is, hello, you must have some kind of contingency. Yes, was the reply. I could probably handle a 20 or even 30% increase. 100%? The price of beers moved from $10, $11 to $15. That is substantial. And as of now, the anticipation is people only have so much money. So it's not that more money will be spent, but that it will impact the actual revenue earned in the establishment. The Minister of Finance alluded, and I very much stand to be corrected if I'm misquoting, but he suggested that the demand for these products is reasonably inelastic. I cannot speak for tobacco. I can tell you from a personal experience with alcohol. In the beer wars, there are many factors that contributed to each side playing it out. And one of the major factors was the reduction in price at that time of a beer. If you could remember it, it was $3 for a beer, $2.50 on special. And the company that eventually won the beer war dropped the price to $1.99. I was running the spreadsheets. I was actually doing it, and we were plugging in various scenarios. And in every scenario, the company was going to lose money. It was going to be bathed in red ink. And I I was very reluctant to sign off on a price reduction. I was wrong. And to this day, I remember that drop in price caused within the first month an expansion of the market of 44%. At that expanded market, the company actually made a sliver of a profit, not a major loss. I just make that point, and that's historical, but I make that point that the market is nowhere near as inelastic as we think. And if our assumptions about markets are wrong, then we could end up with egg in our face. And that has happened in an earlier administration, I think in 2016, where an assumption about the market proved to be wrong and taxes collected didn't happen. So when I ask people, what do you want? You have a new government, they've established their budget for the first time. To be fair, guys are finding and feeling their way. What do you want? And they say, oh gosh, consult with us now. Talk to us. Now, please, in no way am I saying that the government did not talk to people. But the sense I got, again, it's anecdotal, from a number of people is they need to see much greater consultation and engagement out of the glare of the public spotlight. I was with a number of you at the post-budget debate at the Hyatt, when hosted by the TTMA, where the Minister of Finance presented, and he asked for assistance to collectively, together we aspire, together we achieve, to move things forward. And he asked for the budget to be given a chance. And people were very polite. Well, it's a public sphere. But I think genuinely people wanted the thing to work. And he made a public commitment that I am a friend of the particular organization and I will consult with you. So one of them who was there said to me, now we're going to see if he really talking. And can I believe him? Now, consulting does not mean you have to agree, but the need for engagement is very real, and people are, I suppose through me, communicating that to all in government. The second concern is the ripple effect it's going to have across other sectors, be they carnival, be they tourism. One person running an all-inclusive said, listen, I factor in 2 bottles of Prosecco per customer per day. When that goes up, my margin's not big, they're small. When that goes up, it's not going to cause me a loss, but it's going to really impair my business. Now, can they recover? Nobody is saying go roll it back, but there is the need for how do we make this adjustment happen. When I looked at, and I think an earlier speaker alluded to the press report put out by Angostura under Mr. Hunt, the current chairman, Angostura is, I think, 45% of their sales are coming, if I recall correctly, are coming from exports. So what came back to me is, well, maybe we need to boost exports. And how does what? So it's not a simple quid pro quo that it's about the excise tax. It is about the basket of support and enablement for a sector that is significant to the country. From years ago, the employment at Carib was probably about 600. The sister company, Carib Glassworks, where I worked as marketing director for a number of years, was, again, 550 to 600. And that's just the packaging end of it. Angostura is probably about 400. So and these are well-paying jobs in specialist skills. And if you create uncertainty, or if our actions create uncertainty, that does not bode well for the sector. The most significant comment, and I really would like to make sure that this is communicated, is don't unlevel the playing field. So I said, what do you mean by that? They said, well, and they called names which would not be appropriate, Madam Deputy Speaker, to call here. But they said, listen, this country negotiated an agreement, bilateral, with another country within this zone, right? Not CARICOM. And the agreement at that time, this is done over 20 years ago, so probably none of the people here were part of that, excluded rum and beer. However, an enterprising person figured out, oh, well, we could make an alcoholic product. You see it vigorously advertised on billboards. Well, as they say, if you call it, I'll whistle. And that is a vodka-based drink. It does not, I'm told, it does not attract tax. So what came back to me is, we are trying to now run a race, a highly competitive race, with a product that's being imported that the taxation base is very different. Their margins are significantly higher than the margins of the locally produced products. That's what they mean by the playing field now becomes unlevel. So we can compete, we can be effective. Minister, I simply put, they have grown the product you mentioned, but now the fare, and in fact the activity, is to step up that, and you're now stepping it up with your shoelaces tied when you're trying to run. And I offer that as a thought. So the comment is, oh God, don't kill the goose that laid the golden egg now. Yeah, we could probably contribute more, we can find a way to work it out. We need to consult, we need to engage, we need to be engaged. But most of all, what they're saying to me is, if we are to invest could be in plant and equipment, invest could be buying raw materials, invest could be training people, hiring people. If we're to invest, we need to have a reasonable amount of confidence in the future. And that requires a reasonable amount of predictability. And any measure, and people are not unknowledgeable and not unsympathetic to the condition that we all face. But back to the phrase, oh gosh, Francis, communicate. Not too far, too fast. We could go, but don't trip when we do it. The context of this, please correct me if I stray, then pull me back. The context is that for some in the trade, particularly supermarket and grocery trade, could generate as much as 40% in the last month of this year. If they have a bad December, and December is not 30 days, December is about 15 days. If they have a bad December, the year is lost. The impact of this is very significant. And the question I would have, and I started the question with myself, but I put it to all my colleagues here, is what do we do to help have and bring this year to an end in a manner that uplifts rather than depresses? And please, I'm not casting aspersions. It is simply, how do we do it? In an earlier presentation, I offered some very informal indicators outside, because by the time we get the economic data, it's well past the season. Some informal indicators. Number of people that are lighting up. Christmas tree lights are a great indicator of people feel something joyous about the season, or I can't be bothered. The amount of activity after 8:30 on most of our main streets. The activities in malls. It almost doesn't have to do with buying, but it has to do with a sense of activity and a sense of buoyancy. I want to end with a comment that somebody said to me. You know, I don't sell beer and rum, you know. I sell happiness. I said, okay, that's nice. It sounds like a slogan, right? He said, no, don't get me wrong. The alcohol lubricates the happiness. We sell happiness. And my concern is how, given that we're going into last quarter, if we can have a strong last quarter, particularly strong November and December, it will do wonders to boost first quarter next year, which Carnival can help lift. If there's uncertainty, you'll find people holding back. And that's not good for us. And if we can boost and we can move things forward in a way that the trade, across from producers all the way through, can feel empowered, uplifted, supported, it helps what the government is trying to do, which is to position the country, and reposition the economy in light of existing realities. If for any reason people hold back, they're cautious, they are conservative, it ain't good, it's not good for us, and it's not good for all. So with that, Madam Vice President, thank you very much.
Minister of Planning.
Madam Vice President, thank you very much, and thank you to all my colleagues who have contributed to this debate. And Madam Vice President, you know, I was reminded recently about we are here to pass these measures as was exposed by the Minister of Finance in his budget debate. And even though my colleague, Senator Boodhu, talked about some of the things that was not said, I just need to remind my colleagues opposite that while all government ministers were inclined to participate in the debate in the other place because of the dereliction of duty by the side opposite, many of my colleagues didn't get to contribute in that debate. So that a lot of the details that they would have wanted could have been had during that debate. But alas, they were not present, and therefore they robbed themselves and the population of a more expanded debate, because it is only so much that the Minister of Finance could speak to in his contribution. But let me just also say that we are here today because we are a responsible government. Madam Vice President, in 2016, as I think Senator Al-Rawi would have alluded to the last time that these duties were imposed when they were in government, they did it in 16th of October 2016. Madam Vice President, do you know when they came to Parliament to have it approved? They didn't come in October. They didn't come in December. They didn't come in November. They didn't come in January. They came on the 17th of February, Madam Vice President, to have these approved long after it was implemented. But we are a responsible government. We come with immediate effect. So all the bravo dashing on that side, and you know, even though the Honorable Attorney General is the first time I heard him use such unparliamentary language to call another senator Humpty Dumpty. Well,
it's just the truth.
My grandmother would say, they like to fanfare themselves. Because all the bravo dashing and all the fanfaring do not change something that is wrong and make it right. So permit me to put a few things on the record. When the Minister of Finance met local manufacturers, we discussed all items that needed to be adjusted to protect the local markets. Wine was specifically left out. As such, the local, CARICOM, and foreign rates on wine have been left untouched. When we liaised with trade, we were advised not to exceed 100% as a general rule of thumb for the WTO ceiling rates. We have not done so, as our alcohol duty rates are ad valorem, and the cigarette rates is to be set at 95%. On whiskey, vodka, gin, etc., it works out to be about US $20 for a 750 milliliter bottle. It's hardly anything to complain about when you consider the prices of whiskey, gin, and vodka. Omissions from the 2016 order. Firstly, the common external tariff was revised in Trinidad and Tobago by legal notice number 218 of 2024 and came into effect 1st January 2025. These orders are consistent with the latest CET, which is based on the 2022 version of the World Customs Order HS Code. It means that a number of agreements need to be updated to be consistent with the revised CET, not the other way around. And secondly, the headings read out as such as whiskey, etc., are non-tax lines. If you read the orders carefully, they do not repeal the previous orders in entirety. These simply amend and replace. Therefore, all the necessary headings will continue to be preserved. All international trade agreements have specifically agreed rates of duty that are applied to them. This is the very premise on which trade agreements are signed. They are entered into domestic law through acts of parliament, such as the Caribbean Community, Dominican Republic Free Trade, which is where that loophole that Senator Lewis referred to. But Senator Lewis, that is applicable whether we do this or not, and has been complained about for years. This is not a new complaint, Senator Lewis. Trinidad and Tobago Panama Partial Scope Trade Agreement, Caribbean Community Cuba Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement, CARICOM, and so on. Consequently, changes in these orders do not affect or impact trade agreements currently in force. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to revisit this. So let me just put that on record. And I anticipated Senator Lewis would read that, so I added a little part. It is exactly for this reason that through the CARICOM Dominican Republic Free Trade Agreement, Rude Boy can be imported into Trinidad and Tobago with a very competitive advantage. But that is because of that agreement. It has nothing to do with this order. The last administration, for example, did, anyway, let me just leave it there. Based on some of the research that my very young, bright colleague would have done, and the comparison that he would have done across the region, Trinidad and Tobago still has one of the lowest selling beers. You know, it is difficult for us in Trinidad to understand, and let me just say this, as somebody who has lived outside for the last 15 years. A doubles in Barbados cost, what, $15 TT? I do, well, I won't go as far. But come on, we have to understand when we complain about the thing in Trinidad and Tobago, what others are paying in other parts of the Caribbean. And just by sheer comparison. The other thing that Senator Al-Rawi spoke about that I really, and again, please, I really want to, you know, I mean, he said that he hopes Trinidad and Tobago is paying attention. I do hope that they are paying attention. Because one of the things that he talked about, he asking the Minister of Trade to speak up. Well, my God, and forgive me for calling your name in vain, Madam Vice Chairman, where were them for the last 10 years when nobody spoke up? You know, there is, and Senator Lewis, please forgive me, but when you talk about happiness, I think there's a general feeling of happiness in the country now that we are here and they are there. And I guarantee you, Senator Lewis, that when you go to those feds, you will have the same numbers. In fact, you may have more. Because there is, with this administration, a greater level of confidence in what we are proposing and the economy ahead. I don't want to go on, because I think I really, you know, I just wanted to put on record for the sake of some of the concerns both Senator Al-Rawi and Senator Vieira would have made, and some of the concerns you made, Senator Lewis. And just to correct, you know, well, not to correct, but also to inform my colleague, Senator Boodhu, that we are here now because we are doing the right thing. Your party failed to do it for 6 months when they did it in 2016. So, yes, I hope Trinidad and Tobago is paying attention, that this government is not about gallerying or Humpty Dumpty behavior. but about making sure that we not only look after our country, but you look after the well-being of our people in this country, because we balance economic realities with social well-being. And that is the policy and the product of a responsible government. So, Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for the guidance that you have provided to all of us in this chamber in your time during this debate, and to bring this debate to an end, because I don't think I need to detain my colleagues any further. So, with your leave, Madam Vice President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Senators, leave having been granted for the motions numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to be debated together. The question will be put without any debate. Minister of Planning.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I beg to move the following motions. Sorry. Oh, sorry. No. President, whereas it is, I beg to move the following motions, to read them out, Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, chapter 7850, that the minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette, and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under this subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution, Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect, and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment Order 2025 was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, and first published in the Gazette on the 13th day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the order, the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverage Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Yes.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcohol Beverages Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes.
Mr. Alha? Yes. Mr. Jeremie SC? Yes. Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Beg?
Yes.
Mr. Zakpur?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Naked?
Yes.
Mr. Rashid?
Yes.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC.
No.
Mrs. Roberts Ratman.
No.
Mr. Dhanpaul.
No.
Mrs. John Beats.
No.
Mr. Boodhu.
No.
Mr. Vieira SC.
Abstain.
Ms. Chota SC.
Abstain.
Dr. Atz.
Abstain.
Ms. June Simmons.
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis.
Abstain.
Dr. Marie.
Abstain.
Ms. Lalet Etienne.
Abstain.
Mr. Magnish.
Yes.
Mr. Drayton.
Abstain.
Of the division is as follows: 16 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there were 8 abstentions.
The results of the division: 16 voted for, 6 against, 8 abstentions. The motion is carried. Minister of Planning.
Madam Vice Chairman, motion number 3. Thank you. I beg to move the following motion standing in the name of the Minister of Finance. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, chapter 7850, that the Minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order and duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2, Order 2025, was made under subsection 2 of Section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act and first published in the Gazette as legal notice number 382 of 2025 on the 21st day of October 2025. And whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Product Amendment Number 2, Order 2025, be confirmed.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Tobacco Products Amendment Number 2, Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Alaha? Yes. Mr. Jeremie SC?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Beg?
Yes.
Mr. Zakur?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Rashid?
Yes.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC?
No.
Mrs. Robert Rathman?
No.
Mr. Dhanpaul?
No.
Ms. John Beats?
No.
Mr. Boodhu?
No.
Mr. Vieira SC?
Abstain.
Ms. Chota SC?
Abstain.
Dr. Atz?
Abstain.
Ms. June Simmons?
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis?
Abstain.
Dr. Marie?
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalet Etienne?
Abstain.
Mr. Magnish?
Yes.
And Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Madam Vice President, the results of the division is as follows: 17 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there were 7 abstentions.
The results of the division: 17 for, 6 against, 7 abstention. The motion is carried. Minister of Planning.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Motion number 4. Madam Vice President, I beg to move the following motion standing in the name of the Minister of Finance. Whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, chapter 7850, that the Minister may by order impose any new excise duty or increase any excise duty, and from the date of the publication of the order in the Gazette and until expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by the said subsection that every order issued under that subsection shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of the Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment number 2, Order 2025, was made under subsection 2 of section 13 of the Excise General Provision Act, and first published in the Gazette as legal notice number 384 of 2025 on the 21st day of October 2025. And whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment number 2, Order 2025, be confirmed.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Excise Duty Alcohol Beverages Amendment number 2, Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Alaha?
Yes.
Mr. Jeremie SC?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram? Yes. Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Big?
Yes.
Mr. Zakru?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Rashid?
Yes.
Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC?
No.
Mrs. Robert Radman?
No.
Mr. Dhanpaul?
No.
Mrs. John Bates?
No.
Mr. Boodhu?
No.
Mr. Vieira SC?
Abstain.
Ms. Chote SC?
Abstain.
Dr. Arts?
Abstain.
Ms. Jones Simmons?
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis?
Abstain.
Dr. Marie?
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalat Etienne?
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalat Etienne?
Abstain.
Mr. Magnish?
Yes.
Mr. Drayton?
No.
Right, 16-7. Yeah. Madam Vice President, the results of the division is as follows. 16 members voted for, 7 members voted against, and there were 7 abstentions.
The result of the division: 16 for, 7 against, 7 abstentions. The motion has carried. Minister of Planning.
Thank you again, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I beg to move the following motion standing in the name of the Minister of Finance. Whereas it is provided by Section 7 of the Customs Act, Chapter 7801, that the President may by order increase or reduce any import or export duty of customs or impose new import or export duties of customs, and from the date of publication of the order in the Gazette and until the expiry of the order, the duties specified in the order shall be payable in lieu of the duties payable prior thereto. And whereas it is provided by subsection 2 of the said section that every order issued under that section shall, after 4 days and within 21 days from the date of its first publication, be submitted to Parliament, and Parliament may by resolution confirm, amend, or revoke the order, and upon publication of the resolution of Parliament in the Gazette, the resolution shall have effect and the order shall then expire. And whereas the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 was made under Section 7 of the Customs Act and first published in the Gazette as Legal Notice number 385 of 2025 on the 22nd day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to confirm the said order, be it resolved that the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Customs Import Duty Caribbean Common Market Amendment Order 2025 be confirmed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No.
Mr. Aleha?
Yes.
Mr. Jeremie SC?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swaratsingh?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. B?
Yes.
Mr. Zakur?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Nakid?
Yes.
Mr. Rashid?
Yes.
Dr. Brown? Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC?
No.
Mrs. Robert Ratman?
No.
Mr. Dhanpaul?
No.
Mrs. John Bates?
No.
Mr. Boodhu?
No.
Mr. Vieira SC?
Abstain.
Ms. Chota SC?
Abstain.
Dr. Atz?
Yes.
Ms. Joan Simmons?
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis?
Abstain.
Dr. Marie?
Yes.
Mrs. Lalite Etienne?
Abstain.
Mr. Magnish?
Yes.
And Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Madam Vice President, the result of the division is as follows. 19 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there were 5 abstentions.
The result of the division, 19 for, 6 against, 5 abstentions. The motion is carried. Leader of Government Business.
That was my favorite motion.
I believe there is a matter on the agenda.
Adjourn for.
So I put the motion. Madam Vice President, before I put the motion, I wish to once more congratulate you and thank you for ably presiding over our sittings. Over the last 2 days, Madam President, I now beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for a matter to be raised on the motion for adjournment of the Senate. Oh, Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. In June this year and this month, Dr. Ronald Ramkissoon, chairman of the Fair Trading Commission, was impersonated in a fraudulent AI-generated deep fake video, well, 2 deep fake videos, promoting an online financial scheme. In August 2025, former President Anthony Carmona, ORTT, his name and image was similarly misused in a deepfake promoting an investment scam. We now face a growing threat from deep deepfake technology, AI-generated audiovisual manipulation that also affects the music industry by creating unauthorized songs, voice mimicry, and impersonations. These developments pose serious risk to public trust, reputation, intellectual property, and the authentic economic value of creative work. Deepfakes that exploit image, voice, or likeness risk infringing on copyright, related rights, and rights of publicity. In the United Kingdom, the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Music recommends laws to protect artists' personalities, mandate transparent labeling of AI-generated content, and require permission for AI model training on creative work. The UK-British recorded music industry insists that intellectual property law already requires AI developers to seek authorization before using artists' works. In the United States, Tennessee's Elvis Act, ensuring likeness, voice, and image security, enacted in March 2024, is the first statute specifically targeting unauthorized AI-generated voice or likeness of performers, and it criminalizes such use. The US Take It Down Act, signed in May 2025, mandates platforms to remove non-consensual deepfake intimate imagery promptly and imposes penalties for non-compliance. The proposed No Fakes Act, endorsed by industry leaders and nearly 400 artists, aims to hold creators and platforms liable for unauthorized AI deepfakes with notice and takedown procedures and protections consistent with free speech. Sony Music reported requesting removal of over 75,000 AI-generated deepfake recordings of its artists, highlighting the scale of the issue. In the United States, artist FKA Twigs personally developed a deepfake of her own voice to illustrate the dangers, urging regulated protection for artists. Given the emerging use of deepfakes to defraud prominent public figures and the evolving threat to creative sectors, I propose the government consider, first, in terms of legislative protection, the introduction of persona protection rights, empowering individuals, public figures, and artists to control the use of their image, voice, or likeness, akin to the UK proposals or the Tennessee Elvis model. In Denmark, the government is clamping down on the creation and dissemination of AI-generated deepfakes by changing copyright law to ensure that everybody has the right to their own body, facial feature, and voice. That is a very innovative change to the law that I would urge government to consider, because it would certainly strengthen protection against digital imitations of people's identities. We can amend IP legislation to require explicit consent for the use of persons' data in AI training or deepfake generation. The Telecommunications Authority should be empowered to establish notice and takedown obligations for platforms hosting deepfakes with clear timelines and compliance for non-compliant, and sanctions for non-compliance. Consideration should also be had for the creation of criminal or civil remedies for misuse of deepfakes in scams, impersonation, or non-consensual deepfake pornography. Secondly, in terms of potential enforcement and monitoring mechanisms, I wonder if we can assign oversight to a designated regulator, whether it's the Telecommunications Authority, the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, the Fair Trading Commission, or the Office of the Information Commissioner under the Data Protection Act. These are all potential candidates to monitor AI-driven deepfake misuse. But whoever the regulator turns out to be, that office is going to need investigative support, including digital forensics expertise, to identify perpetrators of deepfake scams. And the regulator must be able to work with telecommunications and social media platforms to accelerate takedowns of deceptive content. Thirdly, I think there needs to be greater public awareness and education. Perhaps the government can launch a public campaign to raise awareness of deepfakes, how to recognize, how to report them. This in collaboration with media, schools, and our universities, to include media literacy programs to build resilience, as research shows that literacy can help detect deepfake content. And fourthly, because these issues transcend national boundaries, it seems to me that a certain level of regional and international cooperation is necessary. In particular, we should be engaging with CARICOM, with the World Intellectual Property Organization, and international forums to coordinate on cross-border enforcement. And I think it would also behoove us to monitor developments in jurisdictions like the UK, the US, and the European Union with a view to incorporating best practices to enable effective cross-border takedowns and legal recourse. Deepfakes targeting public figures, thank you, such as Dr. Ramkisoon and former President Carmona, sound an alarm. Our existing legal frameworks remain insufficient. The threat to our music industry amplifies the need for IP and persona protections. Legislative action is needed, legislative action which is balanced, precise, rights-respecting, coupled with public education and regional collaboration, I think is essential to protect citizens, preserve creative integrity, and safeguard our public institutions. We are at a crossroads between AI and online safety. Two major societal risks are presented: the generation of deepfakes and abusive content, and the proliferation of false information. These issues are significant as they affect individuals, organizations, or political institutions, and the wider society at large. So I call on government to please take appropriate action. The subject cries out for legislation. I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence.
Madam Vice President, I know you've received so much commendation and congratulations, but if you would label me again to offer my congratulations to your ascent to the seat. Congratulations again. It's a pleasure to see you there. It would be remiss of me as well, colleagues, if I didn't, in this time of difficulty, recognize our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. Our prayers are with them, and we wish them well. And of course, Senator Vieira, your comments are both recognized and also welcome. I think as a society, when challenges are posed, we must meet with them directly and with intention. And I can tell you, if it's one thing this government is capable of, it's to meeting challenges head on. I want to be clear, Senator Vieira, our government has been leading the way, and this is not just in rhetoric. We've been leading the way in the region in anticipating and addressing the risks posed by artificial intelligence, and all related technologies. In fact, Senator Vieira, Trinidad and Tobago is the first country in the Caribbean to establish a dedicated ministry of public administration and artificial intelligence. I mean, we are walking the walk, and as they say, talking the talk. So your questions are noted. But this forward-thinking and forward-looking government recognizes that AI is no longer a distant concept. It's really a defining force in governance, in security, and most importantly, public trust. By creating this ministry, our Prime Minister really signaled to our citizens and to the world we take both the opportunities and the risk of AI, artificial intelligence, seriously. But also, we as a government are committed to building resilient safeguards. And if I were to use the words of the Senator in the previous sitting on Monday, guardrails. You know, Senator Vieira mentioned a few points, and I took note of a few of them. And in the past, governments of past would have had a lot of ideas. And one of the issues that we've had in governance throughout our history has been the implementation vacuum. And Senator Vieira, in my hand, you highlighted about 8 items that you would like to see. And I submit to you today, in 6 months, of those 8, we have already accomplished 4 of those. So as I say, we are belling the cats, if I were to use the phrase of my learned colleague from Labour. And we are also not afraid to bell the cats. Because in times like this, hard decisions have to be made. Difficult decisions have to be made. Unpopular decisions have to be made. And those decisions will most likely be made in this August chamber. And we must be cognizant of that. And so I invite questions like the good senator has advanced in this sitting. And to speak to one of your points of regionality. At the regional level, Senator Vieira, I've also had the privilege, by default actually, to be a president. And by default, I'm the president of what is called the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I can tell you that under my very brief presidency, the CTU has established a task force on AI and risk. And this task force is not a political task force. It is a task force that brings subject matter experts from across the Caribbean to craft what? Collective strategies. Because this is a government that engages in stakeholders. We listen before we act. And so, Senator Vieira, this underscores not only our national, but our regional leadership, not participation, our leadership in shaping the digital future responsibly. So, Madam Vice President, these actions align with global concerns. In fact, if you look at the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report 2024, it ranks AI-driven misinformation and disinformation among the top 5 global risks over the next 2 years. So the issues are serious. Interpol as well has similarly warned that deepfakes, voice cloning are rapidly becoming tools of choice for organized crime groups. And we know how the good Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, feels about organized crime. So you can rest assured that we are taking this very seriously. The Caribbean Financial Action Task Force has further cautioned that cyber-enabled fraud is now one of the fastest growing financial crimes in our region, costing economies hundreds of millions annually. And so, Senator Vieira, in this context, within 6 months, not 6 years, not 9 years, not 9.5 years, the Cabinet, led by the Honorable Kamala Prasad Visesa, on Thursday, 11th of September 2025, approved the establishment of an interministerial steering committee on cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. Now, what might you say would this committee be about? About talk, about rhetoric, or about action? Well, Senator Vieira, I can tell you that we on this side are all about action. This committee, Senator, will coordinate a national policy, and not only coordinate a national policy, but we will report quarterly on threats related to these significant challenges. And not only will we report, but we will build capacity in law enforcement to combat AI-driven fraud and scams. Now, who does this lovely committee comprise of? Well, I'm sure there'll be some important people here. So, to name a few, the ministry in charge of this activity and this committee, of course, not to tweet my own horn, but the Ministry of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, that's one. Importantly, though, Senator, the Ministry of Homeland Security. Why? For law enforcement, for intelligence and border control. You mentioned the issues with finance. 2 minutes already? Oh, gosh. All right. Just to name it quickly, the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, TTC CERT, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, in particular the Cybercrime Unit, Investigation and Prosecution, and of course the TTPS Social Media Monitoring Committee. I want you to know as well, Senator Vieira, that Cabinet also endorsed a national cybersecurity and AI safety framework for a 5-year roadmap. Actually, together with the Ministry of Finance, we have already begun putting plans in place for that same not readiness assessment, but that same planned media awareness program that happened 2 months ago. So I can tell you, Madam Vice President, the government's actions today and for the next weeks and months and years, and maybe even to a decade, are not reactive. They are proactive. They demonstrate a clear, unwavering commitment to ensuring that technology serves the public good. As the OECD reminds us, resilient digital infrastructure are now critical as roads and bridges. And as the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime has urged, governments must strengthen laws and enforce capacity to protect citizens from AI-enabled fraud. I can tell you, Senator Vieira, Trinidad and Tobago is doing exactly that through the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Through institutional leadership, regional coordination, cabinet policy, and public education, we are ensuring that artificial intelligence is a tool for empowerment and not exploitation. And I want to leave you with one thing as I wrap, Senator Vieira. There's a quote by a gentleman you might know, Mahatma Gandhi. And he said, technology must not exceed our humanity. And I can tell you that this government, we treat people first. We make promises and we keep our promises. All our budgets are fair. And as far as we are on this side, the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be represented. Not some, but all. And I can tell you right now, rest assured, Senator, we are active and able and seeking the interests of our people. But, Madam Vice President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, The question is that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.